Hey, happy hump day, guys. It is August 30th, 2023. We are back, and thank you for joining me today. We are back in the University of Idaho with some new documents, and it is that day, folks, the open panel and discussion in regards to Idaho. Let's hear your thoughts, your theories, your opinions. Let's do this. Let's get this show on the road. Thank you for joining me. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for joining me today. I do appreciate you all so very much. Hold on a minute, folks. I don't know what I did. There we go. All right. We are good. Welcome back. Great to see you all here once again, and I thank you so very much for being here. And as always, I hope you all had a great night. And I hope you're having a great start to your day. I don't know why I can't get my camera right, but hey, it is what it is. Here we are, back again. It is Wednesday, halfway through the week, folks. It's going by quick, and we are at the end of this month again as well. Quick, very quick. This summer went by quick. I'll be honest with you guys, it really did. And it's fall. It's coming. I love fall. I can't wait. It's like we got 156 amazing people in here. 59 likes. Of course, I'm going to say please make it match if we can. Please, so we can get out in the algorithm with this stuff. It's very important. Guys, don't forget to leave a little DNA on that like button on the way in the door, if you will. And don't forget, please, to hit that notification bell so you don't miss anything we do when we do it in here, guys. It is so important to see. I appreciate you all so very much for joining me today. Fantastic. Phantasmic. Yes. Remember, for 2 months. That is so very awesome. Thank you, Phantasmic, for that. You are appreciated so very much. Again, guys, we got back in here again, University of Idaho. There's new documents to look at and some things to discuss with it. It is the day of the week where I give you guys the panel. I give you the floor and you speak your mind. So I hope you guys are ready to express your opinions, your thoughts, your theories, your feelings on what it is you feel on this so very much. So very important for me to hear as it is for everybody to hear. And you guys deserve that for sure. One moment, everyone. I'm trying to get this set up. Once again, Ether, a member for 2 months. That's so awesome. And congrats and thank you for being here and being part of this family. Believe me, it means the world to me and all of us. You guys are so great. You are the beautiful people, as I always say, and I appreciate you so very much for that. Again, we have Miss Allison with the first super sticker of the day, $13.99 super sticker. Thank you so much for that, Allison. I appreciate you so very much. You have no idea. So let's see who is gracing us with their awesome present today. It looks like the lovely No Chains No More is in the house. Welcome back. Dinky 1974, my brother. Good to see you. I love your new icon. I love that. Let me see, Miss Allison, of course. Thank you for being here with us. Canadian True Crime Buff. It is so awesome to see you once again. Mrs. Kelly, welcome back. Great to see you. Let me see. My friend and yours, Mr. One Maiden Nut. Eddie's in the house. Great to have you here, buddy. Good to see you. Good to have you here. I appreciate you so very much. Knowledge is power. Welcome back. Great to see you. Sarah Sweetness is in the house, folks. Thank you for joining us, Miss Sarah. I appreciate you. SRB, welcome back. Great to have you. The Chic Antique is in the house. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Newman25, welcome back. Great to see you. Let's see. Lady Speedwell, always a pleasure to see you here. Thank you for joining me today. I appreciate you. Phantasmic Ether's in the house. Yes, yes, yes. I can't wait to get my soundboard fixed so I can go back to doing that. I appreciate it. And appreciate you. Gemini 65, dear, I hope you're doing well in Florida down there. That goes for any of you down in Florida. I hope you're staying safe. We've been praying for you guys left and right. That's a fact, guys. And keep them hands together praying for these folks going through hell down there right now. Gemini, you're in our hearts, our thoughts, and our prayers, my dear. And I hope you're safe. And thank you for joining me today. True Crime Junkies in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Sandy Toes, welcome back. Great to see you. Kalada Hope. Hey, hey, good to have you here. Cat K, I'm sorry. Welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Too Fast for Fleas is in the house. Welcome back. Cheek Pinch. I love it. Cheek Pinch and Granny. Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. It's a new name. I love it. Robert Bell, brother. Welcome back. Good to have you here. Miss your girl, always happy to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Bonnie Messick, welcome back, lady. Just to have you. Great just to have you here with us. I appreciate you. Fancy Nancy, welcome back, ma'am. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. El Boriqua. Happy hump day to you. And it's a new name. Thanks for joining us. Love seeing the new faces, guys. Thank you for joining us. Miss Tina B, welcome back. Good to have you. The Reverend Cynthia Hughes, always happy to have you here, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. Lisa and Cannoli, good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. I appreciate you. Batshit Crazy, welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Tanya Clements, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Severing the Merc. I love the name. Jules Merc, welcome back. Good to see you. Down in Orlando. Be safe, sis. Please be safe. Miss Sandra Blackby, welcome. Good to have you here. Excuse me. Miss Evie Marie, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Moni69, welcome back. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Let me see. Kara Willis, always a pleasure. Thank you for joining us today. War Eagles in the house. Roll Tide Roll. Miss Marley Kate, 21, welcome back. Great to see you. North Carolina Mountain Man, my brother. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. All right. We're getting up there. Let's see. Tammy C, welcome back. Great to see you. Miss Kim Marin, always why can't I talk? Always a pleasure to see you. Thanks for joining us, Miss Kim. DS, thank you for joining us. Good to see you. It's great to see all these meatballs. Telling you guys, we are a house full of meatballs. Todd, who dat Clement, welcome back, bro. Good to see you. Let's talk documents. That's a fact. Knowledge is power. Thank you for joining us. It's a new name. Gloss Boss, welcome back. Good to have you. Good to see you. Annie Ruler, welcome. Good to have you here. Let me see. Jody, welcome back. Good to see you. Legendary CEO, yo again. Don Kelch, welcome back. Good to have you here. Woman Power 101, welcome. Crazy P, great to see you. Sooner Girl, welcome back. Let me see. Did I miss anybody? I'm hoping not. I'm not trying to. Let me hit the bottom now and see where we're at with that. Tracy Barnhill, welcome. Good to have you here. Great to see new faces and new names. Love it. Night Owl, welcome. Good to see you. Here, Kitty, good to see you and welcome. Ron John, welcome back, buddy. Good to have you here. Miss Casey's in the house. Always happy to see you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us, dear. The Canadian Cat Lady's in the house. Welcome back. Good to have you here. Harsh One, Shelly True Crime. Always happy to see you and roll tide to you. MCOS, welcome back. The Karma Police, whoop whoop, in the house. Good to see you. That reminds me of that's the sound of the police. Reminds me of that song. Let me see here. The OG Brandy B. What's going on, sis? Good to see ya. Carrie Louise, welcome back. Good to see you. And great to have you here. Tammy C. Truth Seeker, welcome back. I hope we got a bunch of truth seekers in here. The 360 Life, I love that name. Welcome, good to see you. Tina JP, if I ever pronounce that right, I'll be so excited. Carrie Louise, Kat K, Robert Belt. Say wow, welcome back. Good to see you. Vix Logic, we got our first super chat of the day. Thank you so very much for that. Bit of my DNA arrived this week. My third grandchild, first Australian. Oh my goodness gracious, that is so very awesome. So very awesome. Thank you for that, Vix, and congratulations, Grandma. Once again, telling you what, guys, it's one of the biggest joys in my life and in the world is our grandchildren. I absolutely adore. And my life is just, it feels like it's complete with these grandkids around here. I'm telling you, it's amazing and wonderful. Congratulations, Vix. I know you're loving it. And thank you for the super chat so very much. Let me see. Making sure I didn't. Chalk Baby's in the house. Good to see you, Chalk. Thank you for joining us. Batshit Crazy. If I'm doubling up on your names, my apologies. I just want to make sure I'm covering it. Emma One, welcome back. Good to see you. Miss Bernadette Thomas, good to have you here. Let me see. One moment. All right. Yes, okay. I'm gonna throw that ticker out there too, real quick. Make sure you're saying your prayers for Maui and Florida, please, guys. Keep them in your hearts, your thoughts, and your prayers, all of them. Some horrible things going on, but we got to keep it going. Oh my goodness gracious. Mandy Joe, the Wonder Mod's in the house. Thank you for joining us, Mandy. You can't be a lurker if you're a mod, Mandy. Come on now. I love Mandy to death. I love all of you. Riley Nicole, welcome back. Good to see you. Miss Zelda, always happy to have you. Danger Zone, my brother. What's going on? Good to see you. Carrie Pajula, prayers for Florida. That's right. Come on down, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night to whoever you are, wherever you are. Hope it's good for you because it's good for me to be here with you. Absolutely adore you all and love you all. Jeff H, thank you for joining us, bub. Good to see you. Miss Bernadette Thomas with a super sticker. Thank you so very much, Miss Bernadette. I do appreciate you and that so very much. Texas Ranger in the house. That's a new name. Good to see you. Haven't seen in a while. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. So, guys, again, as I said, we do have some new documentation to look at, as I always do. I'm sure you guys have seen it other places, and that's okay. I'll throw my spin on it. Rock Chalk. Good to see you. Carol M., welcome back. Good to have you here. Looks like Gainesville, Florida's been knocked out pretty bad. That's not good. Just trying to stay in touch with our oldest. She works at the hospital in Tampa. She is stuck at work because of the flooding. She's out. She's on the A team. She's working till it's over. Prayers. God bless. Yes, prayers for sure. God bless her for sure. Jessie Lynn, welcome back, dear. Good to see you. My aunt is here from Florida. Glad she's in Minnesota with me. The house was hit extremely hard last year. Praying for everyone. Amen to that, Jessie. I hope she's okay. And I hope when she goes home, everything's okay. Miss Zelda has been a member for 6 whole months. That's so awesome. She's actually been here longer, but she's been a member for 6 months. That means a lot. That says a lot. Thank you so much for that, Miss April. We love you and adore you so very much. Groot, what's going on? Good to see you, Lynn69. Welcome back. Good to have you here. The Canadian True Crime Buff is in the house. Again, our friend Eddie here. I can't wait because I know Eddie's going to have something to say today. I always look forward to it. Cappuccino 877, thanks for joining us. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Rhode Island housewife in the house. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you so very much. Where is KT? I want to do it. I want to say it. Come on now. What it do? What it do? Marina girl, thank you for joining us. Good to see you. Come on in, guys, and grab a seat, grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. You know what I'm going to say. Come on in and have a conversation with me. We have hit that algorithm. Thank you all so very much for that. And thank you for leaving a little DNA on that like button on your way in the door. I appreciate it. We got 268 awesome people in here. And thank you so much for that again. You are appreciated. Give me one moment, folks. Got to send out a little thing here to make sure it's going through. Ow. All right, all right. Abracadabra, I want to reach out and grab you. Thank you for joining us today. Good to see you. Gloria S. Thank you for being here. Miss Casey. Oh, I did see you. Valerie Legrand. You were the first one in here and the last one I'm seeing. That doesn't make any sense to me, but thank you for joining us, Valerie. Great to see you. Danger Zone. A lot of green. Miss Lydia Mathura, thank you for joining us. Good afternoon to you. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Gotta love Steve Miller. Thank you, Miss Brandy. Again, guys, this channel is 100% crowdfunded. I do appreciate that so very much. For those of you that have donated to support this channel in that way, thank you from the heart. That is what keeps the bills paid and keeps me coming to you. It takes care of the internet, the StreamYard, and anything else that we need to take care of that way. So thank you, Brandy, for that. And again, thank you for everybody that has donated to that in the past and that will do it in the future. There are the links for PayPal, Cash App, and the Venmo. Again, thank you all so very much. My friend Red, what is going on? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Crime Time with Mama Bear's in the chat, folks. Mama Bear's in the house, so you better behave. We don't want to bring the bear out in a bad way. We love you, Mama Bear, and we miss you. I cannot wait till later this at the end of the week here, because I think that's when we get her back. I think. Uncle Sam gets her the first half of the week, and we get her the rest. We are anticipating the Chic Antique. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being in us. I think I already said that, but you get a double decker today. Marley Kate 21, you as well. Thank you so much, Miss Kara. I appreciate that. I really do. My apologies last night that I wasn't live. I think what I'm going to start doing, guys, is I'm going to do it every other day. Okay. So I'll do Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays in the nighttime, if that's okay, guys, because then I won't do too much to myself. Thursday, Friday, and Monday. So we got her tomorrow and Friday. Yeah. Excited. I am cited, as my grandkids would say. Papa, I'm cited. I am cited too. Miss Coco, what's going on, sis? Good to see you. And Miss Dorothy, welcome back. So Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I think I will do the nighttime streams, if that's okay with you guys. That way I'm not killing myself. Paris girl, great to see you. All right, I love the nightlife. I want a boogie. What was that song called? Yeah, something like that. Ron John. That's right, Ron John. I just need a little bit. Just a little bit, guys. That's all I need. Fine with you, Miss Carol? That's awesome. Tanya Clements, good to see you. That's awesome, Tanya. No problem, hon. We'll be here. We will be here, Miss Jody. Good to see you again. Sandy Toes. Black cats rule. Yes, they do. I love me some cats. Thank you, Phantasm. I always look forward to you being here. And we got to get the whole Discord thing fixed for you, dear. So hopefully we can do that. Just go round. That's right, Bonnie. Thank you. I'm gonna continue doing the day shows 5 days. No problem, SRB. And then I'll only do the every other day for the night shows because that's just a lot. You know what I mean? Um, and I'm sure you guys are gonna get tired of hearing my voice that much every day and every night of every week. You know, it's got to be too much. So, excuse me, Cowboy. What's going on? Good to see you. And don't forget, guys, that we got Supernatural Fridays. Okay, we take a little break from all this during the day. Don't overdo. Oh, thank you, Jesse Lynn. I appreciate that. Paladin, what is going on, my friend? Good to see you. The U.S. is planning to send another $1 trillion to Ukraine over the next 5 years. It's unbelievable. We have so much that we're lacking here, but we're sending all of our money away from here. I'm not going to get into it because it's political, but thank you for the info, Paladin, and thank you for joining us, brother. I appreciate you. Very much so. Cortes Friday. Mystic Virgo, good to see you. Paris Girl. I have 2 black kittens back here that they're going to be leaving. I only have 3 left because 1 left already, so. Alicia Bridges, I love the nightlife. That's what I thought it was called, yeah. Thank you so much, Sandy. I appreciate you, and same to you. Absolutely. And that way I can, there's a lot of people that don't get to come in here during the day because they're working or they're this, that, and they miss out on this. They have to go watch the replay. They don't get to do the live. So it's only fair to be able to throw it in, thank you, Miss Valerie. Thank you so much for that. A gifted membership. Looks like Ron John has become part of the sauce. We got a new meatball in the house. Thank you for joining us, Ron John, and thank you for that, Miss Valerie. You are so very much appreciated. Very much so. That's a fact. 1 second, folks, if I can get this to work right. I hate this every time. Good Lord, I can't wait to get all this stuff set up and fixed and running the right way. I'm telling you. Coming soon. It is coming soon. That's a fact. Thank you for that. D daughter, what's going on? Good to have you. Good to see you. Kimberly KV, welcome back. Blah. Welcome back. Sorry about that. It's great to see you as well. Sister Sledge, yes. I love the music. Love me the music. We're going to be doing that here soon, too. I think we're going to do that is a members only. And I hate doing that. I do, but most of you are members anyway. So I'm going to do a members only. This is a recommendation as the music streams that I do. Rondi Potter, good to see you. And it's going to be a members only scenario. So that'll be pretty much all of you, if not all of you. And at some point, guys, I'm going to be gifting some memberships to you guys on me. We are a family. That's right. Debbie Henderson, great to see you. It is very much addictive, Danger Zone, as we've seen in the past. 57 Vicky, thank you for joining us. Great to have you here. Opinionated, welcome back. Good to see you. And again, once I get this working, I can do it right. Sorry, folks. Good Lord have mercy. Come on. Do this thing. There it is. Okay, 1 second here. Again, Ron, welcome to the sauce. Great to have you in the family, brother, and it's great to have you here, period. You are appreciated. As soon as I can find it. Where did it go? Did it even come through here? StreamYard is so goofy anymore. They need to do a re-up it or something. Thank you, Brandy, again for that. And where is it? Either way, congrats and welcome, Ron. It's great to have you here. I can't find it to throw it up there, but it is great to have you in the sauce. And add another meatball. Welcome, brother. Good to have you here. Annie Ruler, good to see you. As I stated, folks, there's some new documents that we're going to look at, and we're going to then open up the panel to you all, little by little, to speak your mind on different scenarios and different things. So that's how that's going to work today. We got quite a few, and I'm going to, Rhea Baldick, welcome. Good to see you. Nothing half-assed, welcome back. Good to have you here. Black Hats rule always. Matt Emlo, what's going on? Good to see you, brother. Hello to you, Miss Rhea. Party of 5, always happy to see you. It sure would, Paladin. 1 trillion would cover a whole lot of meatballs. That is a fact, my friend. That's a lot of meatballs. All right. Looks like we are moving right along as we need to be. Let's see. Okay. So, based on what we have seen here, or I've seen, I'm sorry, over the past couple of days, we've gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that have dropped that I didn't really talk about myself. It looks like on the 25th, the notice of hearing, defendant's seventh supplemental request for discovery dropped. Stipulated motion to file exhibit, and then order to file defendant's exhibit. Order extending time to respond to defendant's motion. And then the 29th, which was yesterday, the order court TV media request dropped. Okay. We're going to hit those. Keep you guys up to date. For those of you that weren't, or aren't, I'm sorry. And then we're going to open it up and we're going to talk about this stuff, guys, as we do. Daisy Jones, welcome, dear. Good to see you. And we're going to do the panel as we do, and I request respectfully, and we will respect everyone's time. And in chat, as always, the same, folks, just like I always ask. Miss Cheryl Graham, welcome. Good to see you, neighbor. D. Smith, welcome back. Good to have you here. Always happy to see all of you, and thank you, all of you, for your support and just for being who you guys are. That's it. That's all. Just for being you. That's all that matters. And we know there's been some changes to some of this stuff too. Every day. Every day. Oh, wow. What is this? Hey, hope y'all are all well. Question: has Katy Perry, Sweden songwriter, wait a minute, Sweden singer songwriter by the name of Camilla Lairth Segura been found yet? Missing since June 29th. Civil Ford Fusion 19-year-old Cat Moore. Now, I've never even heard of that, and I have no idea. Katy Perry, like the singer Katy Perry? CR, welcome. Good to see you. I never heard that scenario ever. Good to see you, Kels, and I guess she has been found. Oh, it's her Katy Perry's singer song. Okay, I got you. Sorry. I understand now. So she hasn't been found. She's missing. That's insane. Her collaborator. Wow. Thank you for joining us, Kels. Good to see you. Pebbles, what's up? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Thick infants in the house. What's up, fat baby toodles? Thank you for joining us. Wow, that's crazy and scary. I know nothing about that, and I'll have to look into that. Tomboy Charm, thank you for joining us. Wow. I hope everything's okay in that situation. It's scary. Very scary. Yoy. Okay, so let's move on with this here. Just to give it to you, show you guys. We'll start KCAL News. Okay, I'll have to look into that. Not that, Nikki. Great to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. We got 384 beautiful people in here. We are in the algorithm. Speaking what we speak. Jameson, thank you for joining us. Miss Heather M., thank you for being here. I believe she was on vacation. I could be wrong. I don't want to spread rumors. Oh, that's okay. No worries. Noni McPoppins, thank you for being here. I appreciate you as well. There's Miss Pebbles. Thank you for joining us today. And guys, again, just to remind you, we are going to be hitting up and doing the mental health episode here. I'm trying to do it this next week. I really am. So please, I'll give you more of a closer range soon, but I want you all to tune in for that because it's a very important thing that we need to talk about. It affects everybody. Just about, I'm going to say 97% of society nowadays, and it's very important that we talk about it. Alicia, yes, we did. There, I had talked about that at the end of last week. Alicia Watts' remains were found. Her boyfriend at that time is in custody and has been charged with the unaliving. Very sad. Absolutely. So am I, Miss Heather. I am absolutely looking forward to it. Virginia Wolf, good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Thank you, Miss Lady Speedwell. I appreciate you. All right, folks. And here we are, and here we go. Jazz King. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us. Mystic Virgo, always happy to have you here. That's exactly it, Mystic. That's exactly it. Thank you, Tomboy. I appreciate you. So again, guys, this one is the first one we're going to start with. State of Idaho versus Mr. Brian Koberger. Suzanne Seidel, thank you for joining us. Notice of hearing September 1st of 2023, time 1 p.m. Okay. Notice is hereby given that Brian C. Koberger, by and through his attorney and C. Taylor, public defender, will call on for hearing the defendant's motion to remove cameras from the courtroom is in the above entitled matter, September 1st of 23 at 1 p.m. or as thereafter, as soon thereafter as counsel may be heard in front of the honorable judge. And we all know that Brian did not want cameras because, in a sense, I don't blame it because it's helping in his meerkat campaign. It really is. And it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. The judge has asked multiple times to not focus on him. There's Miss Heather. Thank you for joining us, darling. I appreciate you so very much. Oh, give me a second, guys. I got to fix something. It's great to have you here, sis. 1 second. And thank you for that. Again, posting the wish list for the Amazon that everybody has so graciously and generously bought things and sent to me for. And you guys are amazing for that. It is so helping with growing and fixing all of my equipment to keep me going. That's pinned in the chat because of Miss Heather, and thank you, Miss Heather. You are appreciated. So sorry for that, folks. I wanted to fix that before it was lost in translation in there, and we couldn't do that. But thank you, and thank you for joining us today, Heather. I appreciate you so very much. Now, back to the business at hand. Here we go. Sorry, folks. Carrie Priscilla, thank you for joining us. Ron De Pota. I always want to say it like that. I would maybe some. Rondi, that's a good question, but maybe. From what I understand, they're not gonna. We're still gonna be able to hear everything, but we're not gonna see any of it. V Oakley, welcome. Good to see you. That's how I understand it. I may be wrong, but I think that's how it's gonna work. Let's try this one more time. So here it is again. And that's really all it is. Counsel for the defendant hereby gives notice of the intent to present oral argument and testimony in support of said motion this 25th day of August. So that's what the hearing is going to be about. Good afternoon, Mother. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. I do appreciate you. Hope you're having a wonderful day, Mom. Miss Shelley Steer, welcome back. Good to see you. Happy birthday, Mystic. Good to have you. Good to see you. I did not know that. You know what that means. At some point, we're going to have to make notice of that. So make sure you guys are saying happy birthday to Mystic, please, if you will. Show the love. Miss Amy Terry, thank you for joining us. Great to see you here. Making lasagna. Oh, goodness, Mother. Oh, goodness. You're making me hungry already. It sounds good. I've been talking about that for a while. I want some too. Are you making real lasagna or the keto lasagna, Mom? Because the keto lasagna is good too. Absolutely. I hope you have the best day possible, Mystical. And I'm going to make sure the real stuff. Yes, of course, because Dad won't eat that keto crap. Of course not. Again, thank you, Miss Heather, for that. So there is that one. And then we know, Brian has had issues with the cameras. Okay. And again, like I said, I don't blame him because they focus on him and they're making it so that Katie Quarter's good to see you. It helps along with the smear campaign. They focus on him and then they make stupid comments. Well, look at his eyes. Look at the way he looked at Ann Taylor. Look at this. Look at that. Oh, well, that's why he does eat it, because he doesn't know it's keto, Mom. I actually like the keto one. It's pretty good. Dawn Couch, thanks for joining us too. Yes, exactly, Lydia. It was disgusting. His zipper made the news. Are you kidding me? Come on. Let's be real, folks. This is so ridiculous. Oh, I know. The video is going to be delayed, all that. It's the same thing. Mikey, what is going on? Good to see you, brother. Thanks for joining us today. And again, happy birthday, Mystical. It is so great to have you in here to share your birthday with us. Crystal, good to see you. And I hope you have the best day possible. And we'll cover that here in a few. All right. So there goes. That is the first document that we're looking at. And I'll just go jump to this one to show you guys the other one here. So this one was dropped yesterday, the 29th. Okay. It was filed on the 22nd. And it's a little different looking, as you guys notice, completely, actually. It's the state of Idaho versus Brian Koberger. Request to obtain approval to video, audio, record, broadcast, or photograph a court proceeding. Again, thank you for that, Heather. Sorry, I don't move that for you guys. But right, Jesse, I agree. That's real sick. I hereby request approval to XX. Video, audio record, XX. Broadcast, photograph, the following. Well, the X's are marked in the boxes that they want. So it's video, audio record, or broadcast, or photograph the following court proceedings, and that's what they're requesting is broadcast, a video, and audio record. There's a case number, 1 o'clock p.m., blah, blah, blah. I have read Rule 45 of... Oh, you guys aren't even seeing this. I'm sorry. I thought I had shared that. What the hell did I do? Anyway, there it is. My apologies, folks. I have read Rule 45 of the Idaho Court Administrative Rules permitting cameras in the courtroom and will comply in all respects with the provisions of that rule and will make certain that all other persons from my organization participating in a video or audio recording or broadcasting or photographing the court proceedings have read Rule 45 of the Idaho Court Administrative Rules and will comply in all respects with the provisions of that rule. Jessica Thill, Court TV Media LLC, news organization represented. Now, this is from Court TV. Now, we all know, watching what we've watched on this channel even, that Court TV focused on Brian with the camera and they never moved. That's not helping. That is not helping. I have made it with the pepperoni as well, Mountain Man. The egg wraps are what my mother and my sister have used. And it's really good that way, folks. It really is. So the order is the court, having considered the above request for approval under Rule 45 of the Idaho Court Administrative Rules, hereby orders that permission to video audio record the above hearing is X granted under the following restrictions in addition to set forth in Rule 45 of the Idaho Court Administrative Rules. Please see the order governing a courthouse and courtroom conduct. Then we scroll down. Denied. The court, having considered the above request for approval under 45 of the Idaho Court Administrative Rules, hereby orders that permission to photograph the above hearing is granted, denied, granted, denied. They need to make up their mind, right? Under the following restrictions, in addition to set forth Rule 45 in Rule 45 of the Idaho Court Administrative Rules. Please see the order governing courthouse. Okay, so all images and audio recordings captured in the courtroom, whether before, during, or after the actual court proceedings by any pool photographer or video and broadcast camera operator, shall be shared with other media organizations as required by Rule 45, so on and so forth. Okay, that was signed by Judge. So, as I can understand, it may go to just audio, okay? I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's how it's going to happen. So you got to stop, Mother. You're making me hungry. You're making me hungry. It does feel like fall here today, too, Crystal. It's like 55 degrees. It's crazy. It was very confusing, was it? Or was it not? Completely confusing. So I am under the understanding, and I may be wrong. Don't quote me, folks. I may be wrong, but let's see. That order is only for this Friday's hearing. So there's that, guys, okay? It's camera and audio granted as well as photos. Well, it is, but then they circled where it says denied. This is where I'm struggling with this to understand it. It's weird. I hate just audio too. I agree, but I'll take what I can get. I take no responsibility for your hunger. I wasn't hungry until you started talking about lasagna, so it is your fault, Mama. Your fault. It's really good with the egg wraps, by the way, folks. You can't even tell the difference. In fact, I kind of liked it more. My sister made it. It was amazing. Look at all underlined words. There's 3 of them. Under each one, you have granted or denied. Okay, so we have, derp. Okay. Video, audio, record, granted. Photograph, denied. Okay, This makes more sense now. I get it. I get it. Okay, so they can video and audio it, but they cannot photograph it. That's dumb, though. That makes no sense. I think it's because of the way that those still photographs came out about his zipper and all that other crap. I think that's why, which is so good. That's ridiculous. Thank you, Jameson, for pointing that out to me. American Princess, good to see you. Golf Inspector General, welcome. Good to have you here. They have. I agree, Iris. Thank you for joining us. They have. He stated in the hearing. I can't remember the exact date right this moment, but the hearing that Ann Taylor dropped all of the stuff about there not being any DNA and all that stuff. Okay, before any of that happened, he said blatantly, "Please do not focus on the defendant. Don't do this. Don't do that." Then they went ahead with the hearing, and the first thing they did was turn the camera and focused on him throughout the entire hearing. You got to be kidding me. This isn't like elementary school. It's not hard to understand what he was saying. It's ridiculous. You can still get stills of the video. Yes, Daisy. All you do is just take the video and freeze it. You got it. It's there. You know what I mean? You pull a still off of it. It's pretty simple. They will still do it. They're going to still do it either way. LC, thank you for joining us. It is kind of ridiculous. I agree. And W, thank you for being here. Nessa Boo times 33, thank you for joining us. Yep, Ann Taylor is making it happen. That's a fact. Gordon Shumway, thank you for joining us. It is very childish. It's really like the mom, like I said the other day, the mother saying, "No, you can't have a cookie. No, 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 you can't have a cookie." And then they turn around and go in there and they stick their hand in the cookie jar and take a cookie. Come on, guys. How old are we? Like, what is this bullshit? It's ridiculous. Yes, they do Photoshop him and they change the look of his eyes. I've noticed that. They darken it. Anything they can do to add to the propaganda with this stupid smear campaign, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It really is. Susie Storm, thank you for joining us. DS, it's your birthday as well. Happy birthday to you as well. We're going to cover that here soon. Miss Heather, thank you for that, dearie. Appreciate you for all of that. So that is the second part to that, guys. So we'll see what happens with this. So ridiculous. So Miss Carolyn Miller, good to see you. I want cheesecake. I love cheesecake. Cheesecake is so bad for you, but I love it. Blah. Thank you for joining us today. Good to see you. I'm happy Court TV is losing millions and no video. I kind of agree because, like, it's a simple request. Just follow it. Just follow it. That's all you got to do. Thank you, Carrie Prashula. Absolutely. Yeah, the Ballo case was mostly audio as well. I do agree. All right, guys. Let's move forward with this. Where are we at here? Boom. Okay. Now, let me see. Yeah. All right. So now we got, excuse me, the defendant's seventh supplemental request for discovery. Seventh. Number 7. Same to you, Carolyn. Again, guys, if you've already gone over this, my apologies, but I like to still cover it with you guys because I promised it in the very beginning of this that I would cover everything always that I can and give you 100% of what I can. So, again, state of Ohio, every time. Idaho is Idaho. They're definitely not in Ohio. I hate that I do that. I do it every time. Teresa, thank you for joining us. Dago, it's approved to record, denied the live broadcast, approved to photograph. Okay, so then I read it backwards. My apologies. There we go, guys. Again, My apologies. Did not mean to misinform. I was looking at the lines and then, okay. Can we enter Dago to be a DJ for audio broadcast day now? I mean, hey, if I could do it, I would do it. I sure would. Oh my goodness. Why do I have this? I can see. All right. Welcome, Pisces. Good to see you. Coffindopper Sucks. Thank you for joining us. All right. So this one. Okay. Please take notice that the undersigned, pursuant to Rule 16 of the Idaho Criminal Rules, the 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States and Article 1, 1, 2, 13, and 17 of the Constitution of the State of Idaho, requests discovery and inspection of all materials discoverable by defendant per ICR.16B 1-8 and the aforementioned constitutional provisions, including, but not limited to, the following information, evidence, and materials outlined in Exhibit F. Certificate of delivery. Under the seal with the court, Exhibit F attached to defendant's 7th supplemental request for discovery. And that's that there. Okay. Jameson. American Princess, thank you for joining us. If I didn't already say that, I appreciate you being here. Michelle Mack, welcome back. It's okay. Never apologize for being late, any of you guys, because you're not late. You just didn't get here when we started, so I don't call it late. All right, so there is that one. Some of these forums are so short, guys. It's ridiculous that they even use waste paper for it. Okay, let me see here. All right, and then we have the next one. I don't know, Jazz King. Somebody, Red Wide Riding Hood, good to see you. Somebody had to do a whole stupid thing with oh, and look at Brian's, his zipper's down, and they're insinuating different things. I mean, it's such garbage. It really is. Garbage. Complete garbage. It's ridiculous. Right. Who needs trees? It's only oxygen. They waste a lot of paper on these documents in a lot of senses when they could just post it, It really is such a waste. So this one we have here is the stipulated motion to file Exhibit F. This was the other part of the other one. Attached to the defendant's 7 supplemental request for discovery under seal. Comes now Brian C. Koberger by and through his attorney, Ann C. Taylor, public defender, and hereby moves to court for an order to file Exhibit F of defendant's 7th supplemental request for discovery under seal. This motion is made pursuant to ICR AR 32 I2D and E and I.C 74-124-1B and C because 1. The documents contain facts or statements that might threaten or endanger the life or safety of individuals. 2. It is necessary to preserve the right to a fair trial. And 3. Disclosure would constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. Here we go with this again. Might threaten or endanger. How about that one? Thank you, Mother, for jumping in. I love you, and I will talk to you soon. Enjoy your lasagna, because I won't get to. Okay? Once again, threaten the life or safety of individuals, or endanger. Interesting, isn't it? It is interesting. Good point, Marina girl. Good point. We already know that the state's in trouble anyway. Okay? We already know this. So all of these things that come out after the fact, it's just like, wow. It'd be good today. It'd be nice to know that, Chalk, baby, wouldn't it? How? How does it endanger? How? Just saying. It could just be a generalized statement, a blanket statement, just to say, it could, this person could know if they find out who this is or that is, it could cause that. I don't know. I think there's more to it, but that's me. I really do. So that one is that was as of the 25th. We're done with that one. And then we move to this one right afterwards. This again. Order to file defendant's Exhibit F attached to the defendant's 7th supplemental request for discovery under seal. The court having before it the defendant's stipulated motion to file Exhibit F attached defendant's 7th supplemental request for discovery under seal and good cause appearing now therefore. It is hereby ordered that the defendant's Exhibit F attached to their 7th supplementary request for discovery shall be filed under seal pursuant to I.C.A.R32I2D and E and I.C 74-124 1B and C as of August 25th. There it is. So they're sealing all this, filing it under seal. Casey Lee, thanks for joining us. Black Cats Rule, good to see you. Bernice Rivera. Little too late to worry about little too late to worry about safety. Good point, Mandy Joe. A good point. Pay no attention to the FBI man behind the curtain. I love the way you said it. Nothing half-assed. That's a fact. It is very interesting, Black Cat. It really is. Having a hard time understanding how a potential juror hearing evidence before trial could cause issues. This isn't normal to have those gags and seals. In some senses, it is. You're right. It's not. In others, I have seen it in different types of cases, but not like this. I mean, this is insane. There's a lot that they're trying to keep undercover for some reason. You know what I mean? A lot. A whole lot. Too much. I'll be honest with you. So there's that one again. And then we got the next one and last one. And that is the order extending time to respond to the defendant's motion to dismiss the indictment and continuing hearing. Based upon the state's motion to extend time to respond to the defendant's motion to dismiss indictment and to continue hearing filed herein on August 24th of 2023, and there being no objection from defense counsel, the court does hereby order that the state's response to the defendant's motion shall be filed no later than September 14th of 2023, and the defense's reply filed no later than September 20th of 2023. The court further orders that the hearing set on September 1st of 2023 is now vacated and reset to commence on the 22nd of September of 2023 at 10:30 a.m. So the hearing for tomorrow, or the 1st, I'm sorry. Wait, do we have 30 or 31 days this month? I think it was tomorrow. Yeah. Is now vacated and is now being held on September 22nd. And that will be at 10:30 a.m. So I do believe that'll be 1:30 Eastern time. I agree, Jameson. I agree. LR, thank you for joining us, dear. Good to have you here. And who knows at this point? Now, here's the thing, folks. From what we know, what we've been told, we haven't heard any different yet. The trial is scheduled to start October 2nd. Okay. That's like 12 days before, after this hearing here, a little less than, or actually, hold on. Tomorrow, okay, so there's 31 days this month. Thank you, Brandy. So we got 2 days we were having a hearing, and now it's gone. You know what I mean? And there it is. There it is, guys. That's it for the new stuff. So, and of course, on September 22nd, as long as I have no audio and buffering really bad because of the weather. So reading chat. Okay, Mystical. I'm sorry, hon. Um, Amanda Smith, thank you for joining us again. He did waive that. That's the thing. That's right. That already happened. I forgot. I'm sorry. So there is no trial October 2nd because he waived his rights. My apologies, guys. I completely forgot about that. I got so much in my head. Absolutely, Michelle Mack. No problem. Completely forgot that. My apologies. I got to catch up with myself. It's crazy. Welcome, Greg Mertz. Good to see you. Yeah, it had already been stated. Let me fix that, guys, that the trial was not going to happen October 2nd. I just completely forgot. So my apologies once again. It's hard to remember all of this stuff when we have new stuff dropping every other day. So once again, my apologies. He did waive the speedy trial. It is confusing as hell. I agree, Gemini. It can be for sure. But anyway, like I said, as of September 22nd, as long as it doesn't get set ahead again, we will be here one way or another to go through what is going on in that hearing. One way or another, I'm doing it. I will be covering it as I always do in the best way that I possibly can for you. Leslie Densley Watkins, thank you for being here today. I appreciate you. Dago, how are you? I'm doing okay. Thank you. Good morning on Hump Day. I hope you have a great day and feel better. Tell the better half, well, hello, and hope she's good too. Thank you, and I will do that so very much. There's so many docs and days being. Where'd it go? Oh, it just disappeared. Oh yeah, today would be a good day for chicken soup or wedding soup or something like that. Chili, chili even sounds good. Damn. I can't find the damn comment now. Welcome, Latrell, neighbor, coming in from Youngstown, Ohio. Thank you for joining us today. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Katie D, thank you for joining us. We got to get Latrell. We need to make sure that Latrell becomes a meatball soon. We got to get her in the sauce with the rest of us. That's a good question, Coco. Why does prosecution need more time? They went to grand jury. They should be good to go. I agree. I do agree. I absolutely agree. Great point, Coco. Again, folks, my apologies. I did not mean to misspeak on that one statement about the October 2nd thing. I just completely forgot it. Precious Creek, thank you for joining us today. That's a good question. Does anyone know if the indictment is dismissed, would the clock be able to restart making his waiver a speedy trial null and void? That's a great question. A really great question, actually. I'm going to figure that one out. And Miss Heather for Latrell is saying, click the link here and toggle to allow gifts that will make you eligible to receive a membership when they are gifted. Right there is a Latrell. If you do that, it'll be able to get you set up for when they are gifted. You should be able to receive one for sure. And if not, we'll get it covered. We'll get you in. Amanda Smith, no worries. There's a lot going on with this case. It's hard to follow. It's not that it's hard to follow. I just forgot it completely. It like overlapped another thing. So my apologies again. I feel bad. I don't like to give you guys misinformation of any form, whether it was a mistake or not. I just don't like doing it. That's a good point there, Rhode Island. 9.5 months, and so much is still unknown. That's a fact, and it's crazy that it is. Doodlebug Fart, thank you for joining us. Love the name. Oh, Amy Terry said yes, it does restart. I said that earlier. Absolutely, thank you, Amy. I appreciate that. There's the answer. I kind of thought it might, but I wasn't sure, and I didn't want to speak on it unless I knew. I've been trying, and thank you, nothing half-assed. There's been other things that have distracted me as well, unfortunately, and I'm sorry for that as well. There you go. Good stuff, Latrell. So whenever there's any gifts that come out, then you should fall right into play, and hopefully one will fall on you. I think jurors must be like, what the hell is going on with this case at this point? I'm telling you right now, Danger Zone, I still feel that it's going to be very hard to, that's it for the docs, guys. It's going to be very hard to, the jury selection is going to be crazy for as far as this is concerned. I feel like it's going to be like, I don't know, Tallulah Shark, welcome, good to see you. And I do that. Thank you for that, by the way, Tallulah. But I do that. I have to be that way with myself, because if I don't, then you guys are the ones that get the crap, and you don't deserve that. You deserve the very best, and I try to give that every time. So that's why I'm like that. That's all. I love the picture of your cat there. That's cute. I think that's a cat. Very much so. Thank you, DS. I appreciate that too. I looked up DM net worth on Google and it says 150K. How is that possible? Wow, that is kind of crazy. Who knows? Who knows? Very weird, very weird. Okay, back to the basics here. Somebody dropped something I didn't see here, and I gotta cover that and fix that now, guys. Somebody did. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Come on now, show it to me, show it to me. Come on, it's gotta be in here somewhere. I don't see it. It's weird. There was a $20 super chat drop. Thank you so very much for that. It doesn't show me. And it is appreciated. Oh, here we go. Canadian True Crime just dropped 5, gifted 5 memberships. Looks like Michelle Mack. No. Where'd it go? Where are they? Thank you so much, Canadian True Crime. Let's see. Is it going to show me who got them? Oh, wait a minute. Looks like Gordon Shumway was gifted. Tallulah Shark is gifted. Prying Paula was gifted. And Miss Vicky Young. RS was gifted. No, not yet, Latrell. We're getting there. Congrats and welcome to all of those new meatballs. Thank you guys for joining us in the sauce. And Canadian True Crime, thank you so very much for that. You are appreciated. Yes, you are. B Slims, thank you for being here. Oh, no worries, dear. We'll be here. And thank you for joining us. Welcome, Annette McBee. Good to see you. Miss Lisa's in the house. Blue Flame Integration. Thank you for joining us today. We'll get it. We'll get you guys covered one way or another. KK True Crime. Thank you for stopping in. We appreciate you. If Latrell doesn't get one over. No worries, Brandy. No worries, dear. We will cover it one way or another. We'll get you. We'll get you in here, Miss Karen Klein. Thank you for joining us. Okay, now let's get the ball a rolling. All right. We got a link here. Anybody that would like to jump up here with me, we got 435 beautiful people in here, and thank you so very much for joining us today. I appreciate you all so very much. Anybody that would like to jump up here, again, open panel and discussion today in regards to all this. Joby Evans, I am absolutely giving them. I just said that, Joby, too. That is exactly what I'll be doing. Here relatively soon, too. Thank you. Welcome, Paula Litzen. I'd like to find a way that I could go in and do that myself. Other than that, but I will be doing that here very soon. I just stated that this morning that I'll be giving away memberships myself. Um, I would have done it sooner, to be honest with you, but I have no idea how to do it other than just doing it the regular way. But there's somebody else told me there's another way to do these things, so I got to work on figuring out how to do that. But yes, thank you, Joby Evans, for that. I appreciate that, and I will be doing that. That's a fact. Welcome, Edward. Thank you for joining us today, my friend. I appreciate you.
Hi, everybody.
How are you today, Eddie?
I'm all right. Yourself?
I'm doing good. Thank you very much.
I want to ask you, and in general, everybody, so on the court hearing on the 18th, I think I read in chat while we were all watching it together during your live stream, was the Kohlberger's parents present?
I don't think they were. I think that was a Zoom part of the Zoom thing. I think they were the ones that were involved in that. I think. Don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure. Because I even asked myself, somebody that about them being there, and it was stated that they weren't. So, there was no Zoom. Leslie said no Zoom, so that's right. Oh, that's right. We did do that. See, that's what I mean. I keep forgetting all this crap. But they weren't there in the courtroom, though. They were not seen in the courtroom. So,
okay, we will keep our eye on that because if they were, they had no coverage.
None. That's why I said I was curious myself because I didn't see them coming in, going out. I didn't, and they showed the Gonzalez family, of course. And I didn't see any panning around the courtroom to see them there. So I
do have a new battery today, by the way, too. So we'll see how that goes.
So we got you for whatever time we can have you for. That's awesome.
And I wanted to talk about, on Monday we talked about Enon Harsh. So my thoughts on that were, there's a compelling argument for him being involved and also for not being involved. A compelling argument. But my thoughts are, on some of these people who are like legitimate suspects and that we should be asking questions about. My only concern is that, how do we undo the damage if, we put them under the microscope? Another thought is, so like if we can say one thing about the FBI, you can certainly say that they're pretty smart. Okay.
Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah. So if Enon Harsh is involved, then the FBI would know that he's involved. And if they know he's involved and he's still, amongst us, then that means they're covering for him. And if they're covering for him, then it's not like the FBI is going to tell us, congratulations, you got it right. It is him, good work. Mm-hmm. So even if he is involved, we're never going to know anyway.
Right.
So sometimes I think it's just best to let the mystery be on who did it. As far as who did it, I don't know any of those involved who did it, but I do know one person who is not involved, unequivocally. And that person is Brian Kohlberger.
Absolutely.
Now, the way we know that is we can be assured that that is an absolute truth because they're saying that he did it alone. It's as simple as that. It's not a profound statement, but this required more than one, and it's not like the prosecution wouldn't already know this. It's not like they're going to go to court and discover it. Trial typically is not the prosecution's opportunity to discover whether you did it or not, or what your level of involvement was in it.
Right.
So,
Thank you, Tammy Craig.
although I can't prove it, Ann Taylor can.
100%, buddy. 100%. I agree with that for sure. Kara Willis is saying, Eddie, how do you feel about an undercover investigation happening in the background? I think we've actually talked on that before.
Yes, I do. If I understand what she's asking, I do think so. 100%. I think we're on the same wavelength.
Oh, yeah. And I agree. I agree fully. I really do.
The question that I ask myself is the FBI going to allow Ann Taylor to prove that he is innocent?
That's a good point. That
I don't know.
Yeah.
In other words, what I mean by that is, are they going to allow this to even go to trial? And when if it does get dismissed, then it's a technicality, right? I mean, she got this guilty guy off on a technicality. I mean, shame on her. Is that the way it's going to look?
Probably. Sadly, you know how the society is and what we've seen so far. For sure. I feel that, you know, if we're going to like talking about that in that sense, if it does, you know, as a technicality, they're going to dumb it down. They're going to make it seem like it's nothing. They're going to make it seem like, well, it was just a technicality. He got lucky. You know, she's not that, you know how that goes, Eddie, and you know what I'm talking about. We've seen this happen before. And that's the type of, you know, that's the type of feel I'm pulling from this right now. So I definitely feel like that does happen. That's what it's going to be about, sadly. You know, but yeah.
A long time ago, I have had this idea in my mind as far as like the motive, and I kept it to myself for a long time. And then one time on the panel, I was ready to say something, and then I kind of didn't. I kind of chickened out. And then I think it was that same day you and I had a phone call. I wanted to ask your permission to even mention it before I suggested it. So like we spoke on the phone, and then on a subsequent live stream, I finally did say it. But part of the reason why I never wanted to say it is because the like the hive mind was not there. I didn't see anyone else really talking about it. And therefore, you know, who wants to stand alone and be ridiculous? So I never said it, but, you know, I can encompass what it is, and I'll say it again. And you can encompass it in just one word, and that is political. That is the only thing that explains this. And I'll explain kind of what I mean by that. It not necessarily like elected officials, political, but elite people in the community in high places, the leaders of the community that might be involved in some type of a scandal, like sex trafficking or prostitution, something like this, kind of like Jeffrey Epstein type of.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Why, you know, because the FBI is covering for someone, they're protecting someone. So I still stand by that. That's what I believe.
And this, you know, at this point, I just have to state this, guys. Everything that we talk about in here is purely alleged and speculative theory based on what we see right now. Okay. And you know, that's how we feel. And that's why, in my opinion, we always say that, in my opinion, with the scenarios, we have to say, because we want to make
opinion.
Yeah, sir. And you're fine, Eddie. I'm just saying we say it like that, guys, so that everybody understands that we're not stating that what we're speaking on is fact. We're stating that this is how we feel that it is and what we think it may be. That's why we say it like that. So, but
I'll say my opinion on that happily.
Yeah, you're absolutely fine, buddy.
I don't want to create enemies with the FBI.
Right. Right. Yeah, I don't blame you on that one. I don't blame you on that one.
I don't say it's in my opinion about Brian Kohberger's innocence.
No, I understand.
That's not my truth. That is just the truth, and I'll stand by that.
I absolutely understand, my friend.
Now, absolutely. I do want to talk, if I can, a little bit about what happened in Pennsylvania, because that's been troubling me quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. It's troubling. That's why.
So, you know, how it came to be that he was taken down like that is just absurd. How does that even become? Because and then do they have they recorded the communications? So those conversations had to start with something. Was it a phone call? Um, how who initiated that? And like, so in my mind, it's kind of funny because a little bit of humor here, but so you have the PSP CERT team sitting there waiting for the phone to ring, and then it rings, and PSP CERT team, how can I take your order, please?
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I need you guys, I got to order one of these, supersized hits. So,
Right.
yeah, let me look at the calendar and see what we got available. By the way, who's calling, please? Oh, this is Moscow. Oh, let me patch you through to the Pentagon or to the Washington, D.C. Oh, no, this isn't the Kremlin. This is Moscow, Idaho. Oh, I've never even heard of you guys. I didn't even
Right.
know. Because if they're anything like me, I never knew there was a Moscow over
Neither
here.
did I. I was surprised when it came because when it first hit, they said Moscow, and I'm thinking, first thing I think we all thought was like Russia, really? Okay, but
So
I
it's yeah. What's the address that you need this work? This job that you got in mind. What's the address? Well, it's this address here. So, okay, yeah, we got it pulled up. So we got this elderly couple here. What did they do? Well, it's not them. It's their son. You see. Okay. Well, what did he do? Well, he did this thing with the knife over here. For college students. Oh yeah, you think he did that? Well, we're kind of sure. Okay, sounds good. What day do you want this work done then? So, aside from the um, fooling around, getting serious, did they ever suggest like, well, slow down. Like, why don't we just take this guy in for you? Knock on his door. Get him at the traffic stop and just ask him nicely to come in for questioning. You want to do that first? In other words, in this conversation, did they ever suggest a way to mitigate the risk? Because when you go into someone's house like that at that hour, that is so dangerous for everybody.
sure
And
it
what
is.
if you instinctively like wake up and grab like the hairbrush or like a broomstick, flashlight or something, and you have it in your hand?
Yes,
And
that's very dangerous. You're right,
that's the dramatic side of it. What if his parents were just on like high blood pressure medication or something?
and they were scared to death, and it could cause a cardiac event, so on and so forth. You are absolutely correct. I agree with you.
And then, I've always said I wonder if like losing this thing at trial was
Mm.
plan B. Well, I've now come to wonder, I wonder if the indictment was plan B. In other words, was this thing set up in Pennsylvania? Like, first of all, let's forgo Moscow PD calling Pennsylvania. What if it was the FBI? What if?
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like, okay, this guy is not going to go down without a fight. He has run across the country. He's holed up. Prepare yourself for the worst. This guy is bad news, and just set it up like that, and make plan A be that this thing just simply goes away. Neat as a pin. It's just done.
Yeah,
We tried, we tried our best to get him peacefully, but he wouldn't. And so sad, the outcome.
right, right. It's a sacrifice, exactly, and it's not. It's very sad because they, in my opinion only. Okay, well, I'm sure other people feel this way too. Welcome to those of you that just jumped in. Tammy Craig, thank you for that once again. They could have taken him in and questioned him. And at some point they had him, according to what we were told, one time before he even left the Moscow or the Pullman area. They could have done it then, but they didn't. That doesn't make sense to me. Something's not right there. Then they follow him across the country, watching him, which they're saying they didn't do this, they didn't do that. I don't believe it. I'm sorry. I still think that the 2 stops in Indiana were related to the FBI. That's my opinion only. At this
Yes.
point, and it's what are we talking about? It's not even pronounced the same as Moscow. Oh, okay. Anyway, so I think they could have questioned him. They could have brought him in very calm and quietly because I don't think he would have argued or fought against it or anything else. I think he would have very much went in there, had a conversation, said no, and I think a lot of things that we're looking at right now would not be the way they are, but they are, and they did it this way. I think it was overkill. I very much do,
It's a
and
violation.
well, yeah, it's definitely a constitutional right that was violated, 100% in my opinion.
When you contrast it with the way the Long Island serial killer was approached on the sidewalk and taken in.
Okay, let me rephrase this because it bothers some people, I guess. One's pronounced Moscow, one is pronounced Moscow. My apologies.
I get that, but
I
still, it's the spelling's the same, and I never knew.
it
That's
is.
the point.
I'm not. I wasn't that educated on Moscow, Idaho. My apologies. Like I said, I didn't even know it existed. So if it upsets anyone, my apologies for that too.
But the Long Island serial killer, everybody's aware of the way he was taken in,
Yeah.
right? Now, if there's a bad guy that needs to be brought in, it's him.
100%. 100%. That's that guy is that outweighs the situation in a lot of ways, and based on who he is, what he's been a part of, what he's done.
Why not
Yeah.
take him down in the middle of the night with,
They
no
took
knock,
it, right.
going in with guns, locked and loaded.
They took him very peacefully. They could have done Brian the same way.
I do have to say, shout out to the Pennsylvania State Police for exercising fire discipline and remaining professional and under control, because something could have really gone wrong during that.
Yeah, I can agree. I just think it was overkill. I really do. I think that it could have been. They could have even went to his house and knocked on the door, a couple agents, and said, "Can we speak with you, please?" And invite them in, make a pot of coffee, have the conversation, and then if they still felt the same way, place them under arrest. That way, it didn't have to go that way. I agree with you. I do.
Do you know that? I think doing it the way they did it denied him his ability to assert his innocence.
Sure, it sure did.
If you bring him in for questioning, this innocent man, now he's no longer, see, it's not part of the plan. So you have to take him down that way so that he can be indicted automatically. He doesn't get a word on his own behalf.
Right. And here's the thing. If you look at that, the way that happened, I truly believe that falls into play with the smear campaign. Because if you approach somebody and knock on their door and they have it on the news, okay, or it's recorded, however you want to put it, however we should phrase it, Eddie, and say, is Brian Koberger here? Are you Brian Koberger? Can we speak with you, please? Yes, sir. Come on in. Have a seat. What can we do for you? Well, we do believe that, based on some investigations that we've gone through here in the past couple months, that you may be in part responsible for something that we're looking into here, and we would like for you to come down to the station, answer some questions, and we do need to place you under arrest at this point. You have the right to remain silent, blah, 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 all that way. Okay, if that was done that way and it was recorded per se, which we know that there were no body cams, so that's another issue altogether. Thank you, Annie. And we see it that way. We see it, our mind sees it that way as we see everything else, okay? Everybody's going to perceive Brian in a different light. Now, what we see is his doors and windows being kicked in the middle of the night. He's being handcuffed and arrested, thrown on the ground, surrounded by FBI agents. Boom, 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 boom. That falls right into play in that smear campaign, and everybody automatically went, "Oh my God, this is a bad person. This is a horrible person. Thank God they caught him before he got to somebody else." Blah 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 blah. Do you know what I'm saying, Eddie?
Yes, I do.
That's exactly how this went down, and I think it went down once again. We'll use the term by design.
I hate to ask these questions, but like, who is incorruptible? Is Judge Megan Marshall incorruptible? Is the coroner, medical examiner, rather, Veena Singh, incorruptible? What about Captain Lanier?
Good point.
He's retired now.
Yeah, why? That's weird, right? Give me one moment, Eddie. I don't mean to be rude. I've noticed that chat, there's a little bit of a slight disagreement, maybe a little bit of back and forth. Guys, please put it to rest now, if you will.
Well, they're always going to be. The hate is palpable. I'm just going to say it because, I've begun speaking about, when we ask questions about Enon Harsh, how do we undo that damage to people when we speculate of their involvement in this? But how can we do anybody an injustice if we speculate on their innocence? I can't control the outcome in that courtroom. I can't control the truth.
Yes, sir.
There's nothing wrong with talking like we do. And
not at all.
Taking the PCA and exploring outside of it because it is too confining.
Correct.
If we stay absolute true to the PCA, we're going to have ridiculous conversations trying to discover, how is it that Dylan, saw this figure in the darkness and didn't become alarmed. She did become alarmed, but she didn't become alarmed, and then talked for months about, how she yelled up the stairs, to shut up. And I've had enough of that.
I agree.
So
I agree.
It's finally time that someone says that Brian Kohlberger is innocent, because he is. And that's just the end of it.
Right. And hold on one second, because this comment, I've heard this too, MK. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. I've heard the cops didn't question him because they were intimidated by his intelligence. Seriously, isn't that part of their job? And that's a great point. And I think that comment, wherever it came from, was probably a little bit of BS, in my opinion. Who the hell's intimidated by somebody? I mean, that doesn't make sense. But I heard the same thing, MK. I thought it was kind of crazy. That's my opinion, though. I handled that, Miss Potts. Don't worry about it. And anybody else, like I said, I will right here and now stop any rudeness or any disrespect that's being put out. It wasn't towards you, by the way, Eddie. It was something else in chat.
Oh, I don't care, even if it was.
I know that. I know.
I'm used to it.
It's become a regularity, sadly. But between yourselves, guys, please be respectful of each other. I don't want anything like that going on in here today. What's up, Budford? And that's all I'm saying. Kendra says that she is a 1,000 with you, Eddie. Period. And I agree. You make all sorts of sense, my friend. All sorts of sense.
I don't want to monopolize your channel. I'll hop down if other people try.
No. I have plenty of room. More people can jump in if they want to at any time. Annie, you're always welcome, as always, to jump up here. The link is in the chat. I got a few of them in there. Okay, here's the thing. This is the thing, JS218. In all honesty and no disrespect, and I appreciate you phrasing it like that. You don't have to, but I appreciate that. Just a question. But do you still genuinely believe BK is innocent? I never said that. And I never genuinely said that either. That's the thing. That's where the misconstruity is. Everybody has their own opinions, theories, and so on and so forth. My theory has been an opinion, or not theory, I'm sorry. My opinion on this has been, I don't know yet, because I have not been shown enough proof to say whether he's innocent or guilty. But I've been shown less proof that he's guilty of it than I have that he's innocent. Wait, let me make sure I'm saying that right. I have not seen enough proof to prove that Brian Kohlberger went in that house and did these unalivings. That's the point I'm trying to make. So therefore, I'm on the fence, and I have been this whole time. I am saying that in here, I do believe that this man is innocent till proven guilty, and I believe in true justice and the Constitution. I do not believe that Brian Koberger is 100% innocent. I've never said that. Not once have I ever said that. So I want to clarify that one more time that that's not what it was. And I appreciate again the way you asked the question, JS218. Thank you.
So, like Charles Manson and Tex Watson. Okay, so there's the one who carried it out, but that is not the big fish. You have the mastermind to get. So
Right.
that is not the case here. That's not what they're bringing. They're saying that he did it alone. So they're not saying that he's the Charles Manson in this, or they're not saying that he's the Tex Watson in this.
Right.
So that tells us of his innocence right there. Whoever did this, there was more than one, and it didn't happen the way the PCA says it happened.
I agree. I do agree. I do agree. I do agree. I'm making a song, folks. There's no way in my mind that I feel that one person did this. This is purely my opinion as I'm speaking on. That I feel the same way. Why is it that people aren't okay with just talking about the facts of it and asking questions without having to choose guilty or not? Thank you so very much, Sleuthy. That is exactly my point, and I don't know why we can't do that. I mean, we do it in here, but there's usually some kind of a wall that you run into with it. You know, I agree 100%, and thank you for that comment, Sleuthy. And again, anybody else that wants to jump up here with us, please do. Eddie, there's plenty of room for all of us up here, so you don't have to go anywhere, buddy. We have plenty of room. And there's links in the chat. I've dropped them, multiple ones. So come on up, express your views, your opinions, your thoughts, your theories, and your feelings about it. You will not be attacked.
My battery is staying strong, but it is getting warm. So if I do drop out, it's because it's just overheating and it's starting to make that snap crackle noise.
Is it? Let me ask a question, because you've had that problem and a couple other people have too. Is this like an iPhone thing? Is it a regularity type thing?
I'm sure it requires a lot of power, amperage. So new battery or not, it's gonna that those electrons, I'm sure, are gonna generate a lot of heat.
Okay, I got you.
I don't know why StreamYard, it takes a lot of power.
It seems to, yeah. That's what I've been told. And again, Sleuthy, thank you. She says, like, I don't have a narrative. Stop trying to force me into yours or anybody else's. Thank you. That's it. That's it. We can just sit here and talk about it. Nobody has to make a decision. There should have never been sides to this, folks. There should have never been sides to this. It should be.
There is, and there's always going to be.
I know that, and I know that's how it works, but this one really got bad with it, okay? It was immediately split down the middle. He's guilty, he's innocent. He's guilty, he's innocent. It doesn't have to be that way. We're talking about the case. We're talking about the facts. We're talking about the speculative theories. We're talking about this and everything else. That does not mean that because you think a certain way or you've talked about a certain part of this, that you have to say he's guilty or he's innocent. It doesn't work that way, guys. We have our own minds and the freedom to use them how we want to. And that's the ridiculous thing that has happened in this entire case. And I appreciate both of your comments, Sleuthy. Thank you for that so very much. Mystic says, don't tell Court TV that. That's a fact. All right. Welcome, Dinky. Good to have you up here, buddy. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, can. Sorry, Dago. I was just muting things.
Quite all right.
How you doing?
I'm wonderful, sir. How are you?
You sure you're wonderful?
Well, I'm good. Thank you for asking me.
Good.
I'm close.
Yeah, I know.
Great to be here. Yes.
Just seem a little bit down, but it's understandable.
Well, I'm doing what I can do. I've dealt with a lot of crap recently.
I know.
And I'm just pushing forward. That's all I'm doing. Keeping it real quick. Susie said again, that's because people refuse to talk about it without putting out polls to their following of whether or not he's guilty, like the day the PCA came out and then adjusted their content accordingly. Yeah, that did happen. That did happen. You're right. Wow. I've
Yeah,
always been in the same realm with it, PCA or no PCA. None of the, I've always stayed with the same. Now, I will say in the very beginning when he was first arrested, that I kind of went along with the whole world and said, "Oh, well, he did it, okay." And then I started looking at everything, and I was like, "Wait a minute!" And then the critical thinking kicked in, and then you had to go, "Okay, what's going on here?" And that's when everything went the way it went. So, we got to take a look at this. So, anyway,
I've
and that
told you
is a great.
before. There's no shame in looking, none
Right.
at all.
I agree.
We still haven't had any more information from the prosecution. Nothing, none, zero. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with looking. I just wanted to say as well, Dago, that if you want to play a little video that's really informative,
Okay.
and I don't see her in here, but it's Nellie B's. I'm sure she won't
Oh.
mind you playing it at all.
Oh yeah. I've talked with her a lot and looked at some of her stuff. Sure.
Did you see the one she did about the mainstream media bias?
I don't think I did. I
It's
don't
it's
think
fan, it's fantastic. It kind of it goes back to what we were talking about before with Jessie. She plays like she's put together all of the clips of all of the crap that the MSM have come out with over the months. It's really
Oh,
interesting,
okay.
and it sums up what the general population are being fed, I guess, which is why they're jumping to their conclusions.
That's a good point. I'll have to check. Let me see if I can find it here.
It's funny because if I had a clue of how to make a YouTube video, I would have done something quite similar because it is really on point.
Right.
It might have been last week or the week before she put it out, but yeah, she's great, Nelly.
Oh yeah, she is. She's been up here on the panel with us a few times. I love it. Love
Yeah,
her.
she's fantastic.
Great.
Fellow
Um,
Brit.
is it under the name Nellie B?
Yeah. It's a capital B, I think she uses. I don't know if that matters.
Yes. Let me see.
Dago, I'm going to jump down now for the time being.
Oh,
Thanks for having me up, as always.
Absolutely, Eddie. Always, and I hope to hear you back up here again. So thank you.
It's always good to hear you, Eddie.
Always. He's so I love the way he thinks about things.
Yeah, definitely.
Come on now, let me find this here. Does anybody know do you know the name of the video? What it was titled?
She hasn't got a huge amount on there, so it's quite a recent one. I know she's been busy trying to get school ready and stuff. She did post the other day.
Sure.
Oh yeah, her channel is Beyond the Pale. That's it. Thanks,
Ah,
Vix.
there we go. Hold on. Thank you, Vix. Beyond the Pale.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cara
PA.
makes good videos as well, by the way. Another fellow Brit.
Oh, right. Yep.
But she's
There we
been
go.
poorly lately.
I got we. Here we go. Good stuff, Nelly. Always. Okay, let me see which one it is. Bingo, I found it. Good stuff. Thanks for this, Dinky. I appreciate this.
No, it's cool. I just thought it's interesting because she's put it together really well, and we forget what the mainstream pump out because we don't really take much notice of it.
Yes. Thank you. For those of you that haven't checked out any of Nelly's stuff, guys, she does great stuff too. Please, if we can drop a link in here, mods, for that to send somebody over there, to send everybody over there to check it out, show some love, subscribe to her, and check out her stuff. She does really good work on these, I promise you.
Yeah, and she's also, she's a busy lady as well.
Sure. Absolutely, she is. 1 second here.
I think he's found it now, Vix Logic.
Oh, I got it right here. We're getting ready to watch it. So thank you for that. And let's check this out real quick, folks. Again, this is Beyond the Pale. There's the link right there. Where'd it go? I just saw it.
It's there. Heather's done it.
Yeah. Yes, she did. Thank you. Heather,
Heather's
there's
always on the ball.
always. Very quick, too.
Yeah.
Chic Antique dropped it up on the other side, and then you guys are great.
Oh,
Thank
cool.
you both.
Yeah, they're amazing.
All right,
No, James, of course.
let me know how the audio is on this too, and let's check it out. Let's check it out. Thank you guys for subscribing over there, by the way, too. She definitely deserves it.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you for watching. NewsNation.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage. Get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage. To get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage. To get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased in the jail. I got the exclusive reporting from a witness in the Pennsylvania jail that he answered two questions of jailers. One said, why'd you do it? And he said, I didn't do it.
Okay, somebody said they can't hear it. Can you guys hear it okay? Anybody else? I'm trying to make sure that the audio, I know it's a little...
I can hear it.
Okay. All right, let's try it again. Let me see if I can make sure it's turned up all the way, and here we go.
But the other one said, why'd you go to Idaho? And he said the shopping's better in Idaho. First of all, I can't believe anybody would joke about something so horrendous. Second of all, if you're innocent and you're brought in, why would you say something like this? I wanted to get your read on that comment that was made in the Pennsylvania jail.
Yeah, the snarky sarcasm there is not the mark of an innocent person. It's just not. It is somebody who's narcissistic, smug, and thinks he's going to get away with it. But you just mentioned the internship that he applied for in Pullman, Washington, with the local police, where he wanted to help them with their digital forensic technology as if he was an expert. And that is ironic. Because of course it's the digital forensics, the cell phone, the car video, the videos of his car that got him caught. But the biggest thing, if you want to just chalk up if he is indeed guilty, how idiotic this is that he is in a death penalty state that doesn't have the insanity defense. It's the only state in the union that doesn't have the insanity defense. So maybe the shopping's better. Was he talking about shopping for victims? It's not just creepy, it's insulting to the justice.
You know what? He went to
grad, that master's, working towards a PhD. Are you puzzled by why this crime would be so messy, so bloody, and so prone to leaving DNA behind? Why would someone who knows so much about this commit a crime in this way?
Well, it's so interesting. First of all, the more you find out about him, I mean, it's just, he's really fascinating, and the trial hasn't even started. But I think that his fascination with psychology first, in undergrad, and then criminology, and as a master's and a PhD student and all that, I think that a lot of that was to try to understand himself, as well as to try to commit the perfect crime. I think he's been struggling with some of these violent impulses that he has. For example, we know that he has this obsessive compulsive attitude towards food, that he's not just vegan, but he doesn't want to have anything that has been in a pot or on a plate that has touched meat. And that tells me that he might be scared that he could actually engage in cannibalism after killing somebody. So, I think that the reason why it was...
All right, so here's what's fascinating. They go in with all of their body cams, and when they sent us the video after a Freedom of Information request, guess what? I know you already know what I'm about to say. They actually redacted it. They turned most of that searching inside the apartment, all of it, in fact, into black video with no audio at all. So we cannot see inside the apartment. But remember this video? This was exclusive for News Nation. We were standing outside the apartment as they were hauling all the goods out all of the evidence that they removed from Brian Koberger's apartment, this was what it looked like right after they had executed that warrant. There is one thing, though, that they did not redact that I want to play for you right now, and it is so telling. It is a detail that, once again, sent shivers down my spine. They talk about when they were in the apartment, one of the doors inside the apartment is locked. Can you guess which one? Let's roll the tape so you can hear it for yourself.
Talbot, bedroom door is locked. You want us to boot it?
Yeah. You need anything? Your clipboard?
No, he's got it. Thank you, guys.
Just one locked door?
Yeah, and we didn't boot it because the keys actually worked. What?
Oh, sweet. Oh, even better.
It's locked because there's only one.
Later today, we're gonna.
I'll talk later. Yeah.
I'm just gonna do a quick walkthrough. See what we can.
For several months now, we have heard Brian Koberger compared to one of the most infamous serial killers, from sharing a degree in criminology to both being 28 years old when they allegedly committed their first murders, both of them quadruple homicides. And now today, another eerie similarity took place in the Latah County Court, making us wonder, is Brian Koberger modeling himself after Dennis Rader, who was the BTK killer?
There are parallels here with Kohlberger and D'Angelo. D'Angelo went to school and got his degree in criminal justice. He became an intern at Roseville PD, and then ultimately was a cop, always committing fetish burgs and numerous sexual assaults in Northern California. Here, Kohlberger's doing the same thing. In addition, look at the crime that Kohlberger has been accused of. It's going into a residence at a time when the occupants are likely going to be asleep or falling asleep, and then killing them. That's exactly what the Golden State Killer was doing. I would not be surprised if Kohlberger actually studied D'Angelo and the Golden State Killer case.
At first, I didn't follow it too closely, but then for some reason, I was picking up on things. And again, yeah, as you said, they just seem so similar to what we went through 45 years ago. And it's just spooky about, he even resembles Bundy in his face. Someone on TikTok had taken a picture of Bundy and the suspect in the Idaho case and compared them. And again, it's just very freaky how they resemble one another, how he stalked the girls. We were told that Bundy had stalked Cheryl and that she was his main target. And he was upset because there were some
But we are learning something tonight about Brian Koberger and his predilections. On his phone, according to People Magazine and News Nation's reporting as well, on Brian Koberger's phone, numerous pictures of one of the victims. I had a chance to talk with Steve Helling, who's investigative reporter with People Magazine, about some of the findings regarding that piece of information, the fact that Koberger's phone had loads of pictures of one of the victims. This is our conversation earlier.
So, somebody who's very familiar with the investigation says that after they arrested Brian Koberger, they took his phone, which of course is what you would expect. And now that they've been looking at his phone, they have all of his communications. They have all of the things that you would have on your phone. And one of the things that they looked at were the pictures. And there are pictures of at least one of the victims in his photo roll. We don't know the details of those pictures. We don't know whether they are pictures he took from a distance. We don't know if they're pictures he downloaded from her social media. but he had pictures of one of the female victims on his phone.
The person who is featured on Brian Koberger's phone, the female victim who is featured on Brian Koberger's phone, is the same person that he was reaching out to on social media. And also that the photos were not taken by Brian Koberger, they were downloaded off of that victim's Instagram. So he had taken the pictures from that victim's Instagram. And then I also have this reporting that Brian Koberger followed both Kaylee and Maddie on Instagram, but Koberger liked every one of Maddie's photos. Maddie's on the right, her best friend Kaylee's on the left. Koberger had liked all of Maddie's photos compared to liking just a couple of the ones on Kaylee's account. He followed both, but he liked all of Maddie's, and compared to liking just a couple of them on Kaylee's account. So that may give us a little bit more insight as to potentially who it was that he had downloaded and kept on his phone, which female victim's pictures were on his phone.
Well, what we learned in this page and a half here is that they haven't gotten any of that, okay? Not just the no DNA of the victims that got tracked back anywhere, but also no connection between Mr. Koberger and the victims. Guys, this sounds a lot like they found nothing on his devices. They didn't find anything on his cell phone or on his tower that show that he was stalking these people, getting into their social media, had any knowledge or connection with them whatsoever. So that's another big, huge piece of the puzzle that's missing here, because we don't know how or why he would have identified these people.
Talking about this, and as this goes to court tomorrow, today something very weird happened. Photo kind of out of nowhere from 5 years ago from a magazine called NCC Magazine, Northampton Community College Magazine. 2018 lecture and Q&A with famed author Margaret Atwood. Isn't that a nice picture? Except for that whole business about the guy who's seated in the front row clutching his copy of The Handmaid's Tale. It's kind of like a sea of women who went to this, predominantly feminist author's lecture, and Brian Koberger took a front row seat, smiling, has picture taken right there beside, right there. You can see it underneath the banner that says Northampton Community College. It's Margaret Atwood standing right there in the middle.
This was so ridiculous. I remember this.
All very weird. But he did graduate from that school that year. He got his degree in arts and psychology. And if you have read or if you have seen The Handmaid's Tale on Hulu, it's about a futuristic society where women produce children for the ruling class, kind of like slave women. Not good when you are convicted or when you are accused, years later, 5 years later, of murdering 3 women and a man.
Hello, my name is and I am inviting you to participate in a research project that seeks to understand how emotions and
thank you, Miller Aaron. If it's okay to ask, don't you think that the state has more and they are saving for trial? We aren't expected to know all the evidence at this point. I'm sure they have something else. I do, but at this point, Miller Aaron, I'm sorry. I've said this before. With everything we've seen coming from both sides, the prosecution has shown nothing, in my opinion. I would think they would show something to kind of counteract what the defense has done. They've done nothing that I've seen. So I have a hard time believing that they really do have much more. That's me. I'm sure they have something. Okay. It would be ridiculous to not, but I just don't think they have very much. That's all I'm saying. And I appreciate, thank you very much for the super chat. It is very, very much appreciated.
Let's not forget the 52 terabytes, Diego.
Yes, there's that too. So again, I'm just saying, I don't know, But you guys, it's just hard to believe. It's very hard to believe. I really want to think they do to go this far with this.
Well,
But with everything we've seen recently, though, I mean, like, what would they have? Sorry, go ahead, Dinky.
I was just going to say, they're not arguing over anything else in these court hearings or in these
Right.
in these filings that we're seeing. We're not seeing that they've got anything else, and the defense is arguing about that. This is what I'm saying. We're not seeing anything else. Everybody, all these people that say, "Oh, but you don't know what they have." It's like, well, the defense knows what they have,
Right.
allegedly, and they're not arguing. You know, we're seeing what they're arguing against.
That's right.
If they had to, if they had Brian's fingerprint on the back door, I'm sure there would be a discussion about that. Do you know what I mean? It's people that say we don't know what they've got. They don't know what they must have loads more. It's like, well, to me, that's just a very shallow argument.
I just don't think they do. You're right.
We're having discussions about the things that we do know, we're not talking about the things that we don't know.
Right.
We're talking about the things that we do know, and the things we do know are the things that they're already arguing about. But anyway, this video is absolutely nothing to do with that because
no, it's not at all. And I'm sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to answer that question. And notice the super chat as well. This video is great, by the way, so far. I can't wait to see Nelly because I love this. I really do.
It's typical British sarcasm,
Oh yeah.
That's Vic's noticed. You kind of, when you're British, I can hear Nelly speaking when I see the typed words. I can hear Nelly's voice. You know what I mean? It's really funny. Yeah, it's a great video.
Absolutely. This is great. I love it.
Yeah, fantastic.
Traits influence decision making when committing a crime. In particular, this study seeks to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offense, with an emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience. In the event that your most recent offense was not one that led to a conviction, you may still participate. Additional surveys are included after the open-ended section as to best understand and your unique traits. The study should take about 15 to 20 minutes to fully complete. What do you make of this guy?
Well, certainly much has been made out of this post, and I think it should be from the standpoint of what he chose to inquire about. And I think he was really trying to relate to the criminal mind, perhaps struggling with his criminal mind, again, if he's convicted of this crime. So it makes a lot of sense. I think it's very telling that he would choose this particular project as he was perhaps in the infancy of thinking about committing these crimes.
Dr. Carol Learman, do you think there's anything to the possibility of someone trying to get some firsthand data, right, in a sick, really sick research project by actually committing the crime?
Yes, absolutely. I think all along, from his studying psychology in college and then getting into criminology as a graduate student and so on, I think he was trying to understand himself. And so, yes, I think that really, he was trying to understand what is it going to feel like when I do this, is what I really think that it is. But, I think that one of the most telling things, and perhaps you have that you were going to put up, is the post that he did, or it seems like he did, where he called himself Papa Rogers, because that is a big clue, in my opinion, that he's really relating to Elliot Rogers, who is the number one incel, like the Papa incel, the most respected, the one who created that attack on college students in Santa Barbara. So, that was his pseudonym. Again, I think it will turn out that was his pseudonym. Certainly it was, I don't know how he thought that nobody was going to figure that out, but we'll see.
Thank you, Michael. And always
So
happy
let's
to have
bring
you
in
here,
people in
Michael.
the business of profiling people just like him and making cases that hold in court. Retired FBI agent, Law and Justice contributor, Jennifer Coffindaffer, and Laura Richards. She was a top criminal profiler at New Scotland Yard and the FBI. Laura, good to have you on the show, Coffin Daffer, as always. So I start with you, Jennifer. What is your reaction to what we have learned?
Well, it's big news, but it's also supportive news. It's nothing that's surprising that he would possibly be stalking other individuals. Also, it's not surprising that he would have been condescending or treat women differently than men based on what we know.
And I'm wondering what evidence they could get from the car itself, that there has to be some connection there. Jennifer?
Email there. I think all of this speaks to possible, hatred toward women and something that just built up inside of him, and he lashed out. Have it at his apartment or any place else. Well, I believe that nothing that was used in this crime ever made it back to the apartment, ever made it to the office, and ever made it to his parents' home. The car.
Talk a little further on that, because to your point, he did have several weeks to clean, and we know that when he was out front of his parents' house prior to the arrest, he was still cleaning, still disposing of things. So I don't think he would have waited that long to finally get
nothing that was used in this crime ever made it back to the apartment, ever made it to the office, and ever made it to his parents' home. The car.
Coffin Daffer.
What stuck out to me the most, sorry if there was an interruption there, but what stuck out to me the most in this video is his just trying to convince her things that really weren't true.
Thank you again, Miller Aaron.
This whole discussion about somebody coming into the intersection and that they were going to stop, and that's the reason he did it. And then she says, well, no, I didn't see that. So it's kind of like him trying to buffalo her. Well, in Pennsylvania, we do it this way. And so I think for me, it just gives me insight as to the way he tries to manipulate a situation to have it make sense and go on his side.
I'm looking at the Pennsylvania.
The attitude of Brian Kohlberger
I agree.
and what his colleagues said last night, that he seemed to always want to
Thank you for joining us, by the way.
As you listen to how this traffic stop went down, take a look.
From laws like Pennsylvania might not even have that law, but in Washington we do.
I'm actually just from a very rural area, so we just don't have crosswalks.
Oh.
Unless I visit an area where there are crosswalks, and then it's not very frequent.
Yeah.
I do apologize if I was asking you too many questions about the law. I wasn't trying to
No, not at all. Like, I understand you're not from here, so if you don't, a lot of people don't know a bunch of laws. Like, I only know it because this is what I do. But
I will say one thing. This here, it really drove me nuts. Everybody attacked this video and said, word for word, look how he's looking at her. He's being so rude to her. He's being so disrespectful to her. He doesn't respect women. He doesn't respect the police. This, that, and everything else. And everything that was said was the exact opposite, because he was very polite, very respectful. He didn't look at her in any weird way. None of it. And it was all propaganda as far as I'm concerned, to try to push the smear campaign. I'm sorry. And we can look at it right here. It drove me nuts to see that.
Yeah. If you're ever curious on any more laws, just RCW, and they can be hard to read because it's in like legal language, but hope that helps.
Definitely.
Yep. Have a good day.
Thank you for watching.
And the fact that it escalated so quickly and that he was terminated in his first semester there would suggest to me that his behavior really was egregious, that it was something that had become a big problem for the department and the university. And so I wanted to just give that as a little bit of background. But to the extent that that this letter, which I don't believe the letter has been completely authenticated yet, but if it is in fact true and the timeline is true, then this is something that could have absolutely contributed to him reaching a tipping point in his rage and anger and leading him to strike out in this terrible murder situation.
Yeah, we don't have our hands on the letter yet, but we've had the essence of it authenticated by a source close to the investigation. And that's the next best thing without actually getting your hands on a copy of the termination.
Brian Kohberger allegedly dumped trash into the garbage cans of his parents' neighbors as he hid evidence linking him to the 4 Idaho student murders.
My gut tells me that it is Kaylee, but my investigation as a journalist and as a reporter who has been digging into this for months now tells me it is either Kaylee or Maddie. The evidence doesn't really narrow it down to one of them, but my gut says Kaylee, but I do believe that all of the evidence points to one of the victims in the upstairs bedroom was the initial target, and that there was only one victim targeted. Unfortunately, that means the 3 other victims were just collateral damage.
Kohberger and that knife traveled 2,500 miles until he reached his new home in Pullman, Washington, and Washington State University. That this was someone who killed for the thrill of the kill. Someone who killed because he wanted to kill someone. Right? And these types of killers, I think, strike a huge level of fear in the community, because we look at a case like this and allegations like this and we say, wow, there was no way to prevent this.
Miss anything, but let's ask the person who said it, former FBI agent, News Nation contributor, Jennifer Coffindaffer. Thanks very much for coming on the program. Appreciate it. All right, so take me through this. Your theory is that they're asking about January 2021, not just to be inclusive, but because they may actually know something?
Well, whenever you're a law enforcement officer and you're meeting with your prosecutor and you're putting together these search warrant packages and subpoenas that we haven't even seen, you very specifically outline the date range that you want. And you have to have a reason for wanting this date range. I think it's very interesting. It specifically tunes into TikTok, Tinder, and then also Google. And it also is very specific to particular people. Ethan is not even considered in these particular set of warrants. And so I think that gives us some clues. It tells us that law enforcement believes possibly that they had a connection well prior to the time frame we thought. And that could either be through social media or through physically meeting them on a visit there.
And you think that it's possible that he may have chosen Washington State University to get his degree or to study because of some sort of relationship connection to the victims?
I think it's possible. Certainly law enforcement is going to be looking in every direction, including that direction. Could that have led him to choose this university clear across the country from Pennsylvania, where he had previously attended for his undergraduate and his master's degree? What took him there? That has to be at least considered. And when you look at this time frame they chose, I think that gives us a pointer as a possibility.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Oh, Nelly B, I love you. I love it. I love you. I love you, but I'm pissed off now. Oh, I'm so pissed off. I'm looking at the chat, and it looks like a lot of people are, because that was nothing but garbage, folks. Garbage. And they slammed unbiased, 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 unbiased. Exactly, Gordon, exactly. Nothing but biased. It's ridiculous.
And they're stating that they're facts.
Yeah, right. Well, and the Jesus God, I can't. I can't. That is such. She deserves a Pulitzer for that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's nuts, isn't it? But that's what a lot of people believe, and those people bring it into chats where people are having an open-minded conversation, and they jump on you, and they because that's what they believe.
Yep.
They believe Brian is had 10 victim IDs in his sock.
Because they run with it so bad. MSM, guys, you know, the misinformed shitty media is what it is. That's what I've been calling it, because it's a garbage. It's all garbage, and it looks as if I'd love to see the script sheets that they're handed, that Ashley's handed every day to read from. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. It is. And you know, some channels on YouTube push this out. You know,
I know.
I won't mention the channel's name, but everybody will be able to guess who when I say that they literally sit and watch this, feed it to their audience, and then ask them to board a special choo-choo train.
Yo, yeah. Yes, sir.
You know, on the hour, every hour, the same people jumping aboard the train, watching that. That's what they do. They watch that. Yeah. Right. And then, you know, they jump in here, like I say, or jump into an open-minded conversation, and think they know fact.
And that's the thing. And anybody that doesn't, just like Eddie just said, an unbiased
exactly, Eddie. Yeah, exactly.
Yet anyone that is open-minded and challenges the narrative are conspiracy theorists, which is why I've been categorized as King Conspiracy Theory and King of Misinformation and Captain Conspiracy Theory. And I don't give two shits what anybody thinks, because I know what I really think, and so does the rest of this community and anybody else that jumps in here. So, by the way, the Raging Cajuns in the house. Brian Hoffman, thank you for joining us, my friend. I'm surprised to see you. And again, as I told you yesterday, it is the open panel. You're welcome to jump up here, Brian, and express what you wanted to express yesterday, my friend. I'm sorry I was shutting down when you jumped in. But yeah, that was, I love Nelly. That is great. It was perfect. It shows it all.
Yeah, it does. And that's just up until that couple of weeks ago, you know. There's been even more since then, hasn't there?
Yes.
You know, the pictures that we saw, you know, Flygate, it's like...
Absolutely, Michael. That link is for anybody that wants to express their opinions up here. Please come on up here, my friend. Any one of you guys. I can handle probably four of you at one time, and then we'll just switch it out. So
yeah, we'll bombard you, Dago, with Brits.
I love it. I love all the people from the UK in here. I absolutely do.
You'll hear the accent difference.
I know. I have noticed that. Michael was explaining that one night we did this. I've had like Nelly, Vic's Logic, Michael himself. I've heard different. I'm like, it does sound different from different areas. It's interesting.
Yeah, it is. I'm from what we call the West Country.
Right.
So if you look at the UK, I'm right down at the bottom in the southwest, right on the border with Cornwall.
Gotcha.
So Devon and Cornwall, it's we've got just round the corner as well. I've got the English Riviera, it's called.
Right. Welcome, Michael, and Open Mind Perspectives. Welcome, both of you. Thank you for joining us up here.
Hey, guys.
Thanks, Dago.
Absolutely. It's wonderful to have you here again, Michael. Always love having you up here for discussion. And again, Open Mind Perspectives, welcome to you as well. I appreciate you. Thank you for joining us today.
Pixie says she sounds like a farmer.
Yorkshire. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay, Open Mind. Can you hear me? Don't know.
She's a bit low. Can you hear me okay, Dago?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you sound great, Michael.
Well, the reason I ask is I'm using a headset instead of shouting into my laptop.
Right. No, I can hear you. I hear you okay. You're doing great, my friend.
That's great. Great. Dinky, can I ask you, are you Torquay way?
Yes. Well, yeah, I'm very close to Torquay. I dox myself. I don't really care because this UK is a lot smaller than America. But have you heard of a little place called Dartmouth, Michael?
Yes, I was there last year, and I was also in Babacoom last year.
Yeah, so I live about 2 miles upriver from Dartmouth in a little village called Stoke Gabriel.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
So, yeah, you get the river from Dartmouth all the way up to Totnes.
Yeah, I envy you. I mean, I live in the Peak District of Derbyshire, which is nice, but I know down your way is beautiful. You know,
it's where everybody comes on holiday, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah.
It's terrible in the summer when you're a local. It's honestly, it's crazy.
Yeah. Those annoying tourists, but they bring all the money in. But I get what you're saying.
With their bloody caravans everywhere. Drive me insane.
Yeah, I know. I don't drive one of those, so I can sympathise. Yeah.
The roads around here, Dago, it's funny. Somebody was watching a video of Brian Koberger's supposed route. And they were like, oh my God, look how narrow those roads are. There's no white lines in the middle. And I was watching that and I was thinking, Christ, you get a bus through there, you know? Like, where I live, you can touch the hedge both sides.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that. I love. Well, I was telling Michael that one day we were up here just kind of doing a hanging out stream and listening to music and different things, and he was showing me different architecture for churches and stuff where he had gone to Ireland and things like that. We were talking about that, and then I love the UK and Australia and Ireland and all the different, like the way the roads are made and the buildings and just all of it, everything except for here. I love it all over there. Everything over the pond, I love it. Here, it's just like blah, blah, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, America fascinates me.
It does me, Dinky. Yeah, it does me as well. Yeah.
It's a fascinating country to, you know, the size of it and how everything.
It's so bloody big.
Yeah, and how everything works. It's crazy, but yet, you know, it's a beautiful place as well. There's some beautiful places there. I'd love to go. I've never been, and I want to do the Route 66.
Okay.
Which I guess is, you know, what everybody wants to do.
Me too. Yeah.
Have you been, Michael?
Sorry, Dinky. Go on.
I was going to say, have you been to the States? Are you in the States?
No, I'm open to do what you've just said. Route 66. I'm open to do the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
I'm open to do Niagara Falls. You know.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, you guys should all get together and do a caravan trip and head on over here, and we'll all meet up.
Yeah, we'll all camp out on your lawn, Dago.
Right. You said the second British invasion. I love it.
The thing is with Dago's lawns, he has aliens living up his trees or something. Was that right, Dago?
I got something living around here. I don't know if it's a prehistoric owl or some shit. I have no idea what it is, but it's a weird creature, that's for sure.
Get some pretty massive owls, though, can't you?
Oh, yes.
There's one that looked like... Go on. Sorry, Michael.
No, that's my fault. I get a bit excited when I jump on the panel. I keep interrupting people, and I don't mean to, you know.
It's fine. My dog's trying to hump my arm as we're talking.
So somebody, I think it was AJ. Sorry, gentlemen, I didn't mean to interrupt, but AJ Hiller is saying, just out of curiosity, are our cases that we have here, our crime cases, are they more interesting to you than they are in the UK?
They're interesting. This is going to sound like a really weird comment, but I do think the serial killers and sort of high crimes that we've had in the UK are a bit more historical.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. You know, when the Brits do it, they kind of do it properly. If you look at sort of Fred West, Dr. Shipman, you know, these people operated for years. Fred and Rose West, I mean, that was one of the worst cases in this country, in my opinion. Maybe the Jamie Borger was maybe the worst thing I've ever heard. Don't know if you're aware of that one, Dago, but
absolutely.
Jamie Borger, that was sick.
Kids
on kids, and
The thing is with that one, Dinky, that was from an area near to where I was born, and I still won't read about that case.
No, I made the mistake of doing that.
It's horrible. It's horrible. I cannot read the full, the full details. It's so upsetting, and I just cannot,
Oh yes.
It was crazy, and like I say, the same with Dr. Shipman, going around and injecting old ladies with stuff and killing them, and then signing. It's just so strange,
I'll be honest, from this side of the pond, when I saw the Jamie Baldrick thing, I covered a lot of cases, a lot of things I've seen, I've heard, I've read about, I've done this, I've done that. That one, it put a feeling in me of I was very uncomfortable reading it. I was very uncomfortable knowing about it, even. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was horrible.
I think most of the country here were absolutely disgusted when they found out, and the two kids that did that, they got their names changed, and I think, are they released now? Michael, do you know?
Well, one of them was. Now I can't remember the names. I think it's Robert something was released.
That's right. Didn't he got found with kiddie porn, didn't he?
No,
sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Prawn.
That's the other one. The
Right.
other one got found with all this horrible stuff, and he's gone back inside.
Yeah.
He's coming out, and he does something porn wise. This kiddie. Oh, I can't even. I don't even like to think about it. But he's gone back in. But the other one, he's living a life somewhere. Whatever that might be, but he seems to go on the straight and narrow, so to speak.
I always thought that one of them was a leader and one of them was a follower.
Yeah.
One of them was a lot more
forward.
I don't know. Yeah, one of them was just very sort of quiet, wasn't he? But he was still there and he still participated in that. So
I think.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. Let me interrupt real quick to speak on this real fast. John Goldbergstein. Sorry about that. It says, Diego, love the stream, brother. I was just wondering if you were gonna admit that BK wasn't innocent. I think it's time, brother. All love and respect here, though. I can't admit that until it's proven to me that he's not innocent. And I'm not saying, again, I said this earlier, I'm not saying he's not guilty or guilty. I can't do that until you show me the proof that he's guilty. When I do see that, and I don't want to hear about pings and the sheath and this and that, because that is not enough for me to say he did this. That's not enough for me to say that Brian C. Koberger was inside that house and committed these unalivings. I can't. And when I see something that does say that, John, I promise you, I said this probably 5,000 times. When I'm shown that proof, I'll be the first one standing in line with a pitchfork and a torch saying, let's do this, guys. Let's do this now. I'm promising you that'll happen.
I don't think anyone in here would disagree with that.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone in here is, one of these so-called Brian lovers. That's not what it's about.
No.
Unfortunately, when like that video we just played, if you don't believe that, then you're a Brian lover. You're a conspiracy theorist.
I agree.
And as I said to you earlier, Diego, then you get people come in chat and throw comments like that up with absolutely nothing to back it up. Nothing.
The thing is,
show us what you've got.
We've all got to remain open-minded. Full stop.
Exactly.
That's it right there. That's what it's all about. Yes. With every case I've covered, I'm the same way, with the whole thing. In fact, to speak on it, again, I have Pamela. She's part of our team over here. She's over there with you guys. She's a retired Manchester police officer. When the Nicola Bully case, I went into that pretty deep, pretty head first too. And
that was crazy.
It very much so, ridiculously crazy, and it still is. It still is, because the ending and one thing I will say about you guys over there is you're very your policing, I should say, and the media and all that. It's very well kept. Okay, because it's very hard for us to find any information on anything over here.
Yeah.
They don't put it out there like we do. Okay. We put it out. It's kind of like, it's very sloppy over here. It's like, here it is. You take it and you go wherever you want with it, however you want to. Over there, it's very kept in a box, and it's very, very, very. There's a word I'm thinking of, and I can't figure it out.
The difference is, though, Dago, is that because things work slightly differently here, like, you know, where Brian's situation now, he's in what you guys call jail.
Yes.
Before he goes to prison.
Right.
So here, you know, they investigate. Once they've got enough to arrest you, at that point you've been arrested, they can hold you for 48 hours. If they believe then that, you know, they have the need, they can throw you up in front of a judge the very next morning.
Yes.
And your outcome, your fate is decided at that point. So I think the police tend to investigate a bit further, you know.
Sure.
I've been on the other side of police conversations. I've told you about my ex-wife, or her sister was a police officer, and so was her husband. She had me arrested more times than I can count. To be honest, I spent 48 hours in every prison cell in Plymouth City, I think.
Gotcha.
And they actually threw me up in front of a judge one morning because I threatened her boyfriend.
Right.
The trouble is, I lost the plot and I put it in writing, and I basically threatened. I told him he would never play the guitar again. Wow, that was a horrible noise.
What the hell was that?
It wasn't me. Dago.
It was Dago.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine, Dago. You're fine.
So yeah, the cops in this country, you know, on serious crimes, they do investigate, and they don't hold you without reason. If that murder had happened and they'd arrested somebody here, there's a good chance that person would be held and sent to prison. There's no sort of in between. You know, there's no jail and then prison. It's a much quicker process.
Yeah.
You know, I can't imagine, Michael, if this sort of Idaho thing had been in this country somewhere, how different it would have been. You know,
wow.
I think there would have been a much bigger investigation.
Completely different. Yes.
Yeah, it would have been handled totally different.
But I guess smaller country, we don't have that worry so much of, I guess, the killer, you know, getting further away, or but I don't know. I mean, like I say, Fred West got away with it for what, 45 years.
Yeah. I mean, those 4 kids, I mean, it breaks my heart. I mean, you know, I've got no kids of my own. Well, none that I know of anyway, but, you know, that environment they were living in, you know, I mean, I've seen videos of, there was one just the other day where there was students urinating at the back of the building.
Yeah, 1122.
Yeah, and Kings Road. And I was just looking at the video as somebody, whoever was filming it, it might have been a police, you know, body cam.
Yeah,
and everything seemed to be very close together. A lot of cars all parked up, a lot of people about, and a lot of noise.
It's all back to how it was. I mean, massive parties, kids hanging out, drunk. I mean, that one student, I mean, that was hilarious. His comment was, what is it? The cop said to him, "Oh, do you live here?" And he said, "No, but my roommate does." I thought that was hilarious. And as he's saying that, there's another lad jumping over the balcony with a rucksack, doing a runner. It's just,
It just seemed very dinky to me. It just seemed very hedonistic. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes, they don't care. I mean, I've said this already. I would put money on the fact that place gets broken into over Halloween.
Yeah.
I'd bet a substantial amount of money, actually.
That that brings me up to something, Dago, that I wanted to ask you.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. What in the absolute? Okay.
I'm not
This
reading
person
chat.
here is
It's going
obviously
too
being a
fast.
troll. I feel like everyone's attacking me because of my last name, implying that I'm a J. Like I said, I have no hard feelings towards Dago. This is ridiculous. Okay, that's not true.
God.
None of it. This is ridiculous. I'm watching the chat the whole time. My mods are watching the chat. It's an antagonistic commentary. I'm sorry. And stop with this. There's no racial injustice. There's no comments being stated towards you for that reason. It's ridiculous, okay? If you can't join in with everyone else and fit in with everyone else and you don't like what anybody's saying, you don't have to be here. But saying things like that is just absolutely ridiculous. I'm sorry.
There's a substantial amount of people in here right now from every background, ethnicity, color, creed.
Yes.
I mean that's just a ridiculous comment,
Beyond ridiculous.
Yeah.
Dago, can I ask you? Sorry to. I've got to ask this before I forget it.
No, sure, please do.
What I think keeps coming back to me, that the university are dying to knock that house down, to knock that building down as quick as possible. What do you think of that? What's your take on that?
I think they probably want to do that because of what's happening in the area now.
Yeah, but surely for the case, the trial, to go on, the potential jurors, when they've all been chosen, they would need to go into the house and hear the sounds and the acoustics of that building. What do you think, Dago?
I agreed with that a long time ago when they said that when they first said they were going to tear the house down. I said I think it needs to be known so that they can understand just alone what Dylan's statement meant. Okay, that how she heard this or didn't hear that or whatever. I think it needed to be known going in there and having those discussions room to room, upstairs and down, stating that she didn't hear this, she didn't hear that. But of course she did. That way they could listen to it and know that. Do you know what I mean? So I feel that the house should have been left there, not only for that, but for to go into the home and to see where everything is located. I do agree that it's an eyesore right now. It brings back bad memories. I get that too. But the trial is important. It's very important, not only for the justice for those 4 victims, but also for the man that's looking at the death penalty at the same time to ensure that he's guilty. If he is guilty, it needs to be proven that he's guilty. If he's innocent, then he needs to be off of death row and move forward and find the people that are responsible for this. That's all I'm saying. And that house is very important, in my opinion. I agree.
So, if I can ask Dago and Dinky, if I could ask, do you think the house will be demolished before the trial?
I do.
I do too. Unfortunately, I do.
They held off until the beginning of October, and I think once that hits, that's it. It's down, and the trial's not going to start then. We know that. So,
I think they held off until the end of the speedy trial. Date, which obviously would have been the 2nd of October. So now that's been waived. There'll be discussions about whether because the trial could, it could be years, and somebody's going to moan about paying for security, and in 2 years' time, is that house going to be? I mean, would you walk in there in 2 years' time?
No,
it would be worse. It would be close to worse than what it was originally.
Vic's logic. The link is in chat. Come on up, dear. You're welcome.
So, Dago, do you think, and Dinky and Dago, there's a great partnership. Dinky and Dago.
Sounds like a cartoon.
So what I'm thinking, Dago and Dinky, I think if I'm correct, that the University of Idaho owns that property now.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Right. So really, it's all about getting students to come back to the university and
looking at the looking at that footage last night, it doesn't look like they've had any problems with that.
Oh, no.
I mean, those students they were talking to, I think that was 1112 or next door. So
Right.
it's very, very close proximity, and they seem to be having a good time.
Yeah. So to me, it all comes down to money. I'm sorry to say that.
Yeah,
it all comes
absolutely.
down to money. Right.
Yeah, Vic's logic.
I agree.
Yes.
Welcome,
Dinky.
welcome,
Hello,
Vix.
guys.
Welcome,
Hello,
Vix.
Hiya.
Hello.
Sarah, you're
How
welcome
you
to join us.
going?
I don't know your name, love, but hello.
Hello, hello, Michael. How are you?
Hi,
You're very Liverpudlian, I think. Even though you're in Derbyshire, it sounds a little bit John Lennon.
I was born near. I was born about a mile from Liverpool. I was born within sight of the River Mersey.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it sounds that way anyway. No, I just wanted to be like, I've got to back up because we were talking about the way that our arrests and everything happen, and Dinky's quite right, because you've got 48 hours to get the CPS to agree to an arrest, and that was already because I think what we have to do here, because everybody's, as they call it, really bad for a lady to say this, but their cock is on the block if they don't get it right. So they won't have to. They won't get an arrest if they haven't got all their ducks, in a row. So even before the arrest, they have to make sure they've got their guy, and that's why I think that Dinky was saying what he did, because the CPS have to agree to it, which is a bit like your grand jury in that regard. But yeah, and if they can't arrest them on that first go, they literally have to let them go after 48 hours. No bail, no nothing. They just have to release them if they've not got them. And if the CPS don't agree, they just
You can apply for 72 hours after that as well, I believe.
Yeah, but that's terrorism and all of that, which is fine. But it's usually
I think they can get you sectioned for 72 hours if
yeah,
they
if you go
believe that
crazy.
if you're nuts.
Yeah, if you're nuts.
Because they did do that to me once. I'm sorry to.
Well, you're nuts. Obviously, you're just fucking. Excuse me, you're just crazy.
But you know, the worst thing about that was that when they put me in there, about 3 months before that, I was working with 3 of the other patients that were in there as their support worker.
So you said, "Oh, they've rubbed off on me."
Yeah, it's like I'm in a bed next to them, and it's like, Christ.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Open mind perspective.
Well, I'm glad you got through.
1 second. Can you hear me? Open mind perspectives. Can you hear me okay this time?
Who have we got here?
Open mind perspective.
Victor, are you London way?
Yeah. I've been in
South
Australia
London.
for 12 years. South London, yeah.
She's a South Londoner, isn't he?
But yeah,
South
it's good
London.
to be home.
Open mind.
No place like home.
It's good to be home. Hear me? What, darling?
Oh, there it comes.
Sorry.
It's starting to work
Here
itself
she
in.
comes.
Let's try it again. Can you hear me now? You're going in and out.
Well, I'm here.
Where is she?
Yeah. She's trying.
Come on, girl.
Come on.
That's a shame.
You can do it.
Yeah.
You can do it. You can do it.
You can do it.
She might not have a great
It's
signal. That might be what's going on with it.
Yeah,
Can you hear
yeah.
Can you hear us, Open Mind?
No.
Maybe not.
Not looking good.
Let's see, unless
So
she's muted.
This is actually very interesting to me because all of you are in the UK right now, except for me and Open Mind.
Brit
one
night.
second.
Yeah, Brit night was taken over. Britpop.
So I'm curious.
Where's Nelly?
Curious to hear what the three of you combined think is going to happen in this scenario with this case, and what you think could happen. And that's what I'm curious to hear.
My God.
In my little opinion, there's nothing. It's almost like it. Like I say, they didn't get the ducks in a row. You've got to be on top, and it seems to have wasted a hell of a lot of time. And with old Ann Taylor, she's just going to bring that to light. In my opinion, this is the way I feel. That it's going, because and so that's, I think, where the system, like they won't let you touch it, even if they know that they know, they won't let you go anywhere near a trial.
Right.
And you have to let that man walk, and the risk of him doing and repeat, which has happened. They do and I'll repeat, and it takes that much for them to repeat what they've done, and then they can go in, which is a sad fact. Another little girl dies, or another woman, or a man, and it takes that much. And unfortunately, with this, I think that it's just gonna not even go that far.
It could already have happened, that Oregon.
What you think? Yeah, with someone else.
Stuff about that Oregon serial killer. There were
What
quite
reason?
a few deaths after. And Oregon, I believe, is quite close to Idaho.
It's right there.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if that guy's still on the loose or whatever. But
yeah, I know the one you mean. Yeah, the one before, just shortly before. Yeah.
And I think there was some after. So you never know,
I wouldn't like their job.
I've heard quite a few people say that if Brian did it with somebody else, that somebody else would talk, or Brian would talk. There's only one way that would be possible, and that would be if the other person, was unalived. Well, there is one person that was unalived.
Yeah,
I mean,
right. And that case that she threw up, 1952 case, was it 1952, 59? It was shortly before I say shortly, Giglio was in 72, I believe, over there. So the 52, it was almost similar. And I think Lana read it out, sort of went through it. I looked it up on the internet vaguely, but they actually went through the whole case, her and Bella Lugosi, I think that's a great name. They actually went through it, and it's kind of pinned it down to evidence where the guy that said in this case that he saw the guy that he thought that committed the crime, he was mistaken, but somebody on the or in the know, somebody that was on the arresting side of everything, swallowed what he'd said and said, right, okay, so you've identified him. And it almost brings up the Dylan, it was all to do with bad lighting, and are you sure it was him? And he said yes. And and the whole case, and he got sent away for like 199 years, and Ann Taylor has brought this up, and it's quite interesting that
it is.
she's going to go with
it. I just think, sorry to jump in there, but it's just eating away at me.
I don't want to know.
It's just eating away at me at the time. I just think there's a massive cover up here.
Yeah.
I think, I think there's so many layers to all this that I don't know if the truth will ever come out. I mean, I hope it does.
I agree.
That's how it works. And Dago knows this because he covered didn't you, Dago, not so long ago with our man in Chicago, and he got away with many and got done for tax.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely.
We know who I'm talking about, and so I don't know how you get hold of these guys, these criminals that, what do they call them? They're career criminals.
Yeah.
Oh,
Which
yeah,
is, I think,
yeah.
which is
Dago is good. I enjoy
He is
Dago's
good.
take
He's
on
great.
things and the way he breaks them down. Dago is very, very good.
Yeah.
And that's
I
why
got my,
keep coming
by the
back
way,
to it.
Agreed.
I got my daughter listening to you while she was in the bath.
I thought you were going to say while she was in
So
labour.
we've got another she's kind of hooked with all the true crime thing now.
Thank you
We
so
went
much for
on
that.
holiday recently. No, it's fine. And I say to her, don't be frightened, say hi in chat. And she's not quite ready yet, but
Please do. Whenever she's ready, we'll be
yeah.
just as welcoming as we is with everybody, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate her.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
all
oh,
of you.
yeah. I'll tell her.
Absolutely.
In fact, she's not even listening. She might be.
Is that the one that's just had a baby, Vix?
No,
Yes.
my son in Australia just had a 8-pound baby boy called Harrison. So I'm thrilled to bits, of course, and I was hoping to get there in October, but might be next year. But hey, we'll see. That's my fault for spreading my life around. You know, I've got my DNA everywhere.
Congrats again on that, by the way, Vix. Absolutely wonderful news to hear. Like I said
Thank
earlier,
you.
our
Oh,
grandchildren, in my opinion, are absolute joys. They make you look at the world in a whole
they
different way when they come about. They really do.
really do. My world. They really are a pleasure.
Yes,
Really are.
yes.
Yeah. But anyway, thank you for letting me jump up. I'm all right. I'm going to get on with eating what I was eating. It's gone cold now. It's your fault.
Oh, I'm
And,
so sorry.
It's
I'm
nearly
so
9
sorry.
p.m. here.
I just wanted to, it's just they let these guys walk after 48 hours, but they get them in the end.
nuts.
We keep
Yeah,
our fingers crossed.
I want to ask a question. I mean, it's a little off subject, but being that I have the three of you up here, I was hoping
Sure.
Kara would jump up too, but she's in the midst of dealing with her young one, so I understand.
Where's Nelly?
Bedtime.
I wanted to know, because I did cover this one too, like I was starting to state, but you guys, a lot of you guys were here with me when I did it, but the Nicola Bully case, when that was being covered with us, what were your, real quick here, not to, get off subject, but just real quick, what were your thoughts on that case?
The fact that really they couldn't be bothered to investigate him.
Yeah.
I mean, it just never got off the ground. It just never was even considered to be it never got into the criminal and remained a missing person.
Yes.
And I don't know how that will, how will that work out? Could anybody prove it somehow? But I really, that touched, I think, a lot of women that have been through certain things, and I really, would shout at but no, they didn't even go near him. And it reminded me of, like, Chris Watts, the way he reacted, that just god awful grin, that horrible, you can't get me, you can't get me.
That is exactly what I felt. In fact, I even mentioned once that Paul Ansel reminded me of Chris Watts. He really did.
Yeah.
It made me sick to my stomach. And I did quite a bit of deep diving on that case, and I spent a lot of time on that case.
Yeah, I was here.
We dug up a lot of pictures on it, did this, did that, and everything else.
Yeah.
And at the same point, I was like, what are you doing? Why aren't you looking in that direction?
Yeah.
Who told you not to look over there? Why are you not looking over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they had nothing on them, did they? Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. From my own personal opinion, the Nicola case, I think the police made a complete mess.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's from over here. I saw that from over here. I agree.
On that 10th of January, yeah.
Yeah.
It was very weird that, generally what we would have seen happen there was they would have shut that whole area off. That whole village would have been shut off. There would have been forensic people in white suits walking around that field. I mean, there were things found after the fact, like a fishing float was left there behind the bench, which I found quite interesting. That stood out.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes,
it
please.
didn't seem like the police ever really looked
Come on
very
up,
hard.
Brittany. Right.
One thing I did think, though, that if she did go into that river, now obviously I live on quite a long river. We've got weirs and dams and things on this river.
Yeah, we're
With a
all jealous
weir,
now, Dinky. We know.
yeah.
I live by the river.
Yeah, what, the Thames?
Yeah, all right.
That's where you put fish to die, isn't it?
Well, I don't go down there much.
But yeah, they just didn't really seem to look that hard. I don't think the police. You know, there weren't teams of people there looking. There weren't areas cordoned off. They didn't utilize dogs to sniff out. The guy that searched the river, that was quite weird. I thought he was pretty legit, but he got
Me
quite.
too. What was his name? I forget, but he was.
I can't remember either. But
I have a comment
for that.
I have a comment on that too, if you don't mind. His name, I can't remember his name either, but he was very good at what he did. He was the best over there, from what I understood, and he was very well respected until Peter Faulding. That was it. Peter Faulding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well done. Yeah, well
I
done.
think that he did very well until he disagreed with what they said, and then once he disagreed with what they said or challenged what they were doing, he was nothing anymore after that. It was ridiculous. I'm sorry, but it was ridiculous.
His experience kind of outweighed the incompetence, I suppose.
But
right.
I think they kind of made him feel unwelcome.
Absolutely.
From the get-go.
Oh yeah, they wrote him off. They wrote him off
didn't really
from
want
the
him there,
list
did they?
and everything.
Yeah, because
they didn't.
I think they knew that he was going to be and come up with what he did come up with, and they didn't like that, in my opinion. And when he did, he was completely disregarded. That was the end of it.
Exactly.
It was done.
Yeah.
Now, if you went along with the narrative saying, well, yeah, she probably was in the river, and we just made a mistake. We did this, but he's not going to say that he made a mistake when he didn't. He did what he was supposed to do.
Yeah. No, he said his words were that if she was in there, I'd have found her, and I believed him. I mean, I believed it. Yeah, I thought this man knows what he's doing, and that she can't be there.
That guy had immense experience. Immense experience.
Well, that's what he does. He's a rescue guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Amen to that. Yes.
But
isn't it funny how all the experts are written off? Yeah.
You would expect people to have been in that river, with sticks, poling it, making sure that.
And it was ridiculous to think that she went into that river and disappeared like that. Because, like I said, if she would have went in, and we'll get back to subject here in 1 second, folks. I need to bring it. I just wanted to bring this up because it's bothered me that bad.
Yeah, I know it has. Yeah, you tried to talk to me about it.
This is Pamela. She's the retired Manchester police officer. She worked with us every day on this case. Information this way, that way, blah, 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 blah. As she said, she lives in the next village to St. Michael's, and PDA was out every day. Also, they brought in 2 specialist underwater dogs, and then there was nothing. Pamela believed that she fell in the river at first as well. Okay, and at this point, she said after a while, to say this doesn't look right, that doesn't look right, this is wrong, that's wrong, boom, 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 and then nothing.
And where they tripped up Peter, like where they tripped him up, was the fact that he was so sort of underwater, straight through the river, everything under, with the camera, and they tripped him up by saying, yeah, but you didn't check the bank, and it was like, are you for real? What? And that just totally put him in the back there, and everybody undermined him, and he got gaslit to the hilt, and because he was so confident. And
the equipment he's got is next to none. I mean, I've got a little boat, and I go out sea fishing, and I've got a GPS fish finder, all in one. This little thing, it only costs about 800 quid, but I could fish
That's
in
great.
150 to 200 foot of water, and I can literally see my line, you know, going
Right.
down to the bottom on my little sort
Yeah.
of 7-inch
And it was
screen.
shallow, right? It was
It was
shallow
fairly
as
shallow. There were some
anything.
deep
Yeah.
spots that, you know, but it was, yeah, you could have
Yeah.
had teams going down there with poles. And like I say, I can see what Polly Pepper's saying. It's just I didn't see the amount of attention that I thought it would get. It was very strange. It was almost like the police seemed to think that she'd gone in the river and gone out to sea. Well, they've never really
It's a
corrected
long
what they
way
think
from
now,
there.
have they?
And the weir, I don't think the weir
Danger
allowed
zone,
for that.
speaking
I don't believe the
meters.
weir allowed for that. That's my opinion. That there's no way. It just
Did you see, Dago, when they tried that with an actual human going over
yes.
the weir? Did you see that video? And no, it's almost virtually impossible to
Exactly.
do that. It's very suspect. That poor.
Yeah, one of
Either
these
way,
days,
he's gone. Yeah.
one of these days, I'm going to go back to this one. I'm going to go back to it maybe on a Throwback Thursday or something and go back over it again because I, deep
Yeah.
inside, for whatever reason, I deeply feel there are two people that are responsible for what happened with Nicola, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah.
I can't.
I think
I
now
hope
that
that
she was.
somebody knows something
Sorry,
and will come forward. That would be great if they
I
did.
feel
You know.
I feel sorry for the dog, you know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nicola's
Yes.
dog, and I feel, you know, the same way as I feel sorry for
It was a bloody dog.
Haley's dog Murphy.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm a big dog lover, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
Dogs are very emotional, you know. They pick up on things, you know.
Absolutely.
You know,
And that grin that he gave, I can't even talk about his name, but he sat there and the interviewer, who also knew that Emma, like the guy from Channel 5, and he was saying, you know, oh, you know, it's a shame that the dog, because and he just grinned and said, yeah, but he, you know, saw Willow, isn't it, and saw everything
right.
that. Yeah,
Somebody in
you
chat
know,
just said Willow.
oh, that
Yeah.
bit made me wanted to just sort of, just turn me over. What a
I
treat,
wish.
honest to God.
Again, I really wish Willow could talk. I'd be honest with you because it would be solved right there.
Yeah.
Bingo. Willow
That
would be
was-
able to say that Mama did not take her for a walk that day, that somebody else did. So that would be that.
Yeah, or open that
No,
gate to that field and let the dog in there.
That's right. That's right. I agree
And then
with that as well.
in my opinion, I think she was taken in that lane. They let the dog into that field because there was a gap in that lane, and that lady was filling it in after the crime to the caravan park. I believe somebody took her in there for how long was it till they found the body? It was a while.
It was
for 23 days.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it
they
was
could
nearly
have
a month.
tossed,
Nearly a month.
tossed the body after the fact into the river at any point, but we've
I
not
think
seen
it went in
any,
that Friday night.
autopsy.
I think that body went in there, and then we'll have to get back to the topic at hand. But I think that body went
Yeah,
in
sorry,
there.
but it is, isn't it?
It's quite all right. I brought it up, not you guys, so it's my fault. But I think that body
it's
went
open
there
camera.
Saturday, middle of the night Saturday, because Pamela had commented. She had contacted me and said, Dago, there is a dramatic mass police presence here on a late Friday night. It was 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. on your guys' time. And they were around the Ansel area where they live at over there, okay? And there was a helicopter, there was different things going on here, there, and everything else. And it was way too much activity for a Friday night, like Pamela had said, right here. And that rolled into Saturday morning. The body was found Sunday. And I feel that body could have been dropped in there in the middle of the night Saturday. And then surprise, guess who was found Sunday? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that was my thought, and it still is my thought. Go ahead.
There was when you check the facts. I mean, also there was plenty of motive. With
absolutely.
All of
money.
the the company deals and who could benefit and who
no
was
money. People do things for money, and then when they don't have
always follow the money.
Yeah. Exactly, Dinky. Yeah, exactly.
He was the one.
Dago,
He put out all the stuff about her drinking and stuff as well, didn't
And
he?
it was
Which
actually him.
Yeah.
Yes,
you didn't
it was
need
actually
to. It
Bit of
was
gaslighting. No
it was
harm in
just
that,
to
is there?
dirty her, wasn't it? It was, yeah.
Absolutely.
Well,
Oh,
that's
dear.
why they
And that's how relationships start. Can I take you for a drink?
sure. And they
Yeah.
were, you know what's good is they were
Well, then
both
they end up in the river, Vix. Is that how your dates go?
That's how it.
You go for a
That's how it
drink
all
and then you end up
ends.
in the Thames.
Look, no, we can't. Honestly, no, it's gutting. But I'm going to get on with my cold pasta because it's like that when you hang around with guys and you never get a minute to yourself.
I was meant to
But
take
it's
my
been
dog
lovely
out ages
talking
ago.
to you.
Thank you for joining us again, Vix. We love and appreciate you so
Always a
very
pleasure.
much.
Yeah, I love you.
There you
Yeah.
go.
And
I always
yeah,
watch your
you
comments,
too.
Vix, because you're
Oh
sometimes
dear,
when it's
you're a bit
really,
weird
really,
sometimes.
yeah, when it's really late, I just watch your
Yeah.
comments in certain chats, and I just think this is hilarious. You just throw out such random stuff, and sometimes
You know,
people just don't even
Absolutely.
notice. But it's
Thank
it's a
you.
crazy world, isn't it?
you just make me
Yeah.
smile. It's funny.
And
Certain
likewise,
people,
Dinky, I've seen you. Yeah.
there's certain people you
We'll have
sort
to have that beer,
of spot.
Dinky. We'll have to have that beer. Next time you're up here, I'll take you down the Thames and we
Yeah,
can both breathe it in together.
into the Thames. I don't
There
like
you
that
go.
London.
Yeah.
Too many people in London for me.
Oh dear. And moaning about the tourists. You're turning into, an old man, grouchy.
I am. I'm 49 in a week and a half.
Oh dear.
Nearly 50.
Well, I was born in 64. I'm assuming you were born in
74, yeah.
74. Anyway, yeah, look, pardon us. I'm going now. Nice to meet you, Michael. Dago,
Yes, and you.
always a pleasure. Have a lovely day. And I'll see you in chat, everyone.
Later,
Thank you
Take
so
care,
much.
love. Take care.
Yeah, lots of love.
Bye.
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 There you go. Can
Yes,
I
sir.
ask?
Absolutely.
It's difficult to talk on a panel because I don't like to talk over people. But there's this lady from Manchester, Pamela. Did you say? Does she still come
Yes.
on sometimes?
She has come on here before when we were covering the case. Not so much since we've been in Idaho, but she does
Okay.
occasionally come on and off. Yes, very much so.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, it's a nice contact to have, isn't it? If something happens over here, unfortunately, if something
Absolutely.
happens,
Yes, Pamela. She was so very helpful. Always has been. Always has been a wonderful part of the team. And just a wonderful part of the community. I absolutely adore her. 1,000,000%, and I appreciate everything she's ever done, and always will. So
I'm sure. Yeah.
it's very helpful to have people over there that are part of the team to help to do these things. When, like I said, you guys, when we covered that, you will know very well that they don't. The news and the media over there does not put out, nor does the police, anything like we do over here. So it was very hard to
No.
get information on any cases we covered over there. And Pamela was a breath of sunshine in that
Yeah.
sense. It was so
'Cause
helpful.
that's like having somebody on the inside inverted commas. You know what I mean?
Yes, absolute. Everything. She was wonderful. I absolutely adore her. Absolutely.
I guess
And
it's weird they go for you because I guess where are you at, Michael, at the moment? Are you up north somewhere?
I'm in the Peak District, Dinky.
Yeah.
Derbyshire.
So I guess like for either of us to meet in the middle, this whole country from one end to the other is like you could drive it in 12 hours. So
yeah,
we've pretty much got this place covered. There you go.
Right, there we go. Well, any case here on in the future, it's wonderful to have all of you in the community to be able to help in those situations. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
because I cover cases everywhere. I've covered stuff in Australia, in the UK quite a bit. Of course here because we have everything here. And I've looked at stuff in different areas all over the place. Yeah, Brian, the link is in chat, buddy. You're welcome anytime to jump up here. So it's wonderful to have community members all over the world at this point,
Definitely.
So,
Dinky, can I ask you? You're a very articulate and intelligent fella. Like Dago as well. Dago is very intelligent. I enjoy what he has to say. But what do you think of this Idaho 4 overall? What do you think? I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or anything like that. But do you think it's a massive cover-up or whatever, you know?
Okay, so I haven't really pinned myself down to one theory at the moment. I'm still open to seeing some evidence that shows me that Brian did this. Like I've said a million times, I don't see how one person did this.
Yeah.
So my theory is it's not a big conspiracy. It's not a big kind of cover up. What I believe happened is they got hold of this, you know, tiny piece of Brian Koberger, this environmental DNA, wherever that may have come from. And I think they've built a case around that.
Yeah.
And what I think they've done is, excuse my language, completely fucked up.
Yeah.
Focus entirely on this person. And I think in the meantime, the people that did do that are long gone. I'm at the point now where I really don't see how Brian could have done it. I don't.
Yeah.
I really don't. So that leaves me to speculate, unfortunately, and that speculation leads me to believe that more than one person did it.
Yeah.
The other two housemates must have heard stuff or know stuff. Because I don't care what anybody says. You know, I've got friends that are Marines and they're trained to do stuff like that in other countries. Okay,
I know where you're going. Yeah.
Their argument though is always, it's possible. One person can do this. It's possible, but you know, you've got to be trained. You've got to be skilled. You've got to know exactly where you're going.
Yes.
You've got to know exactly what you're going to do.
Yeah.
And it's like I've said before, people will say, "Oh, the K-bar, it's massive, it's huge, it's 7 inches long." That means you've got to get within a foot of the person you're, you know, going to use that on.
Yeah.
You've got to be very accurate. You've got a person next to that person that you're dealing with. It is fact that one of the victims had defensive marks on the fingers, like they were grabbing a blade.
Yeah.
Anyone that's ever got a paper cut, it freaking hurts, and it makes you, you know, ow.
Yeah.
The noise would have been a lot in that house. So people know stuff. People around that area know stuff. I'm starting to think, you know, Enan, I kind of think he's a bit dipsy, but that might just be a kind of a front. Because I do know people like that.
There was on that point, Dinky, sorry to interrupt, but there was a teacher of Enan's, you're fine, that said that she was his teacher and that she adored him and that he was way smarter than what he was putting on when he was talking. So that says a lot there in itself. You know what I mean?
I think he was definitely reading in that interview we watched.
Oh, absolutely.
You could see him reading, and I think he was trying to be very careful about what he was saying. I think even at that point, maybe he knew he was going to be, if anything, a witness. So, I mean, I'm not going to, like I say, I can't sit here and say, "Oh, I think so-and-so did it. I think so-and-so did it." My first gut reaction, okay, and people are going to start, you know, kicking off in chat now, but my gut reaction from an outside point of view would be the other BK, because that's the only way one person could do that, is a person that's highly trained to do that. And that's, you know, that's fact. It is a fact.
But can I just, sorry to interrupt you, Dinky, but I just have to say these things that, you know, I'll forget them if I don't say them. There was so many different wounds, like gouges and deep.
Yeah.
You know, I don't even like saying it, to be honest with you, because I'm a humanitarian. You know, I don't like anybody's feelings being hurt. Never mind.
Of course.
Same here.
You know,
make love, not war.
Yeah, exactly. I want to make love, not war, every time. But it's so many things I keep hearing about, the different type of wounds, and machetes may be used, or a claw hammer. Oh God
or an
Almighty!
axe.
You know,
golf
And that's
club.
what I said. I even showed it. I think that there very well could have somebody walked in and grabbed the golf club and snapped it in half.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean,
Well,
it even says in the PCA, which a lot of us didn't follow or believe in some senses, that there were 3 different types of wounds, 3 different ones. So that, in my opinion, states 3 different possible weapons. Okay, it's in my opinion. I'm saying,
I agree. So
that's a lot.
If it's not one person, which it's very, very hard to explain how any one person could have done that unless they knew how to do that.
Yeah.
If you've never stuck a knife into a person before, you don't know how you're going to react to that. But yet in this situation, you have to react and do whatever you're going to do very quickly. If you start throwing up or feeling like any kind of doubt, you're either definitely going to be arrested and sent to prison, or somebody's going to hurt you. You walk into a strange house and all this stuff about, he's sitting in the car park looking in his rear view mirror watching the show. And I said this last time I spoke to Dago, it's bullshit, because if a person's going in there to commit an essay, then they're not going to be dressed up in gear to protect them from the type of situation that turned into. If a person was going to go in there to go into Maddie's room to do something to her, they're not going to be that concerned about getting covered in the red stuff. So you can throw that out of the window, that it's a crime of passion because he's stalking one of the house, like the video we watched. You can debunk all of that stuff because it doesn't make sense.
Right.
But it's very frustrating because people take those talking points and throw them at you, and you're not allowed to sort of disagree with them. But they're allowed to
very good point, Dinky. Very good point.
Yes, exactly. Very good points. Good points. Yeah.
They feel very entitled to come along and tell you, or call you all sorts of names because you're talking about a different person.
Right.
I am sorry, but whether he did it or not, the other BK is a prime suspect. The guy's dead, unfortunately, and he can't answer to that, which actually adds to my my gut feeling, because they took him out and it doesn't seem like there was much reason to take that guy out. I've listened to all of the audio from the from that day. You can hear the cops talking. They're trying to give him a phone. They're being quite calm. You can hear him shouting back. It doesn't sound erratic. The people that were in there had left. One of the cops was talking about getting a drone out.
Dinky, can I really rudely interrupt you there?
Of course you can, Michael.
What happened with this Brian Kolpak? What was the situation there when he was unalived? What happened? That's the bit I don't know anything about.
Well, that's the other part that really piqued everybody's interest, is because he was reported to be holding his roommates hostage and threatening to kill them. And I think when the cops actually arrived, they'd already left. The housemates had already left, and they were talking to Brent through the door, and you can hear the conversation. It doesn't sound in those calls like they're about to take him out, and we've heard factually that there's no bullet holes in that place. Apparently, they fired off I don't know how many shots. Allegedly.
There was an account that I had followed. I did a video on here that we followed up with. Excuse me for interrupting, but I'll explain that. Where Brent's and this is all 100% speculative. I personally don't have that feeling with Brent, and I don't.
No, I know you don't.
All in my opinion, and in everybody's opinions, of course. But Brent's brother went there to pick up his belongings. Walked into the apartment. There were no bullet holes in there at all. He stated that. He found his brother's phone on the countertop, completely wiped out, completely gone. Everything in it was gone. There was nothing in the apartment, no furniture, no this, no that, no nothing, except for his release papers from the military, and his phone, and a few electronics. That's it.
Yeah. Well, his phone was wiped clean and factory reset, and his discharge papers were left there with blood on them.
That's it.
There was no, like you said, there was no furniture in his room. I'm not sure about the apartment, but I think in his room he didn't have a bed. He didn't, have anything. Nobody knows what happened to any of his stuff, his clothing, anything.
Right. Wow. So can I ask again? It's difficult when you're on a panel. I don't mean to interrupt anybody.
You're not interrupt, Michael. It's cool.
So when was this guy unalived? Is this how long before the unalivings or after?
It was just a few weeks after the actual Idaho unalivings.
It was the same day that Brian was leaving
Arrested.
Pullman to drive home.
Pullman, yes.
Because he mentioned it. He mentioned it was him or his dad mentioned it to the cop.
His father,
him
when
over.
he was pulled over in Indiana, his father said that they were getting away from there due to this scenario that was going on in those apartment areas around that area. And for no reason that was brought up. It was weird, but
he said there was a mass shooting or something. They were listening to it on the radio.
Yeah.
Which it was odd that he brought it up, but I guess maybe if they heard it on the radio and yeah.
So, there you go, Brian.
So that's where the name come from, Michael. Is there are connections, I want to say, but not necessarily hard connections, because I don't know ever anybody's really dug that deep on it, because you get shut down for talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Then you had his so-called friend. Now, he gets all shouty and starts getting aggressive and asks people, come on, bring it. If he wants, I will bring it, because that guy knew nothing about Brent, really. He occasionally, they shared likes on music on Facebook. He hadn't seen him for years and years and years. He didn't speak to him every day. He didn't know where Brent was living. He didn't know the name of Brent's roommates. He didn't know if he's having any problems. He didn't know what he's doing for a job. He didn't even know what he was doing in that area. So for him to come out and start ranting and raving, and telling everybody that you can't say this and you can't say that. Well, I'm sorry, but that guy, he didn't know what was happening in Brent's life at that time.
Right.
We've got there's somebody in the chat, Caroline Miller. I think she actually knows of Brent.
Yes.
Wow. Oh, okay. So,
and she always comments, but people sort of they skim over it, and they don't really listen to it too much. But she's another one that I always pick up on her comments. She's a very intelligent person.
So can I ask where this Brent guy lived? Whereabouts was he in relation to Moscow?
Pullman.
Oh, okay. So how far away is that?
I think he didn't live a million miles away from Brian.
He was very close to where Brian lived.
Okay.
And there's also the supposed route that Brian took is right by where he was staying as well.
Okay.
So there is very close proximity. The guy's known to have a fascination with knives, with horror, with gore.
Yeah, right. Okay.
And the Darren Duncan guy that always shouts about it. He says, he wasn't a fighter. He wasn't a fighter, and he goes on to say, if there was any arguments, it would always be me that stepped in and take hold of the situation. But out of the two of them, it was Brent that joined the army to become a soldier and fight on the front line, where Darren stayed home and became a magician.
Right.
So
yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not really knocking that Darren guy for sticking up for his friend, but
no, I understand completely.
He needs a little dose of reality in the fact that this is a bit more recent than when he knew him.
Right. And people change, and situations change too.
Yeah, I mean, how well do you know someone? I mean, I've got a Facebook that I don't really use that much, and there's friends on there that I knew at school for 30 years ago. I don't really know anything about their lives now.
Yeah.
But I
Same.
might
Yeah.
like their comments, or they
Yeah.
might share a video.
Yeah.
And you might talk about when we were at school. But is that Brian?
Is that somebody's talking?
I think it's
Mr.
Brian.
Brian, what's going on, Brian?
Exactly, no chains. How did he call Darren?
You're very muffled, Brian.
See, Dago did it to me again. Now I don't know what. Okay, wait, keep going, you guys. I think I know what it is.
How close to you are the mic? How close to the microphone are you, Brian?
Away, but I think I know what I did because they're too loud in my headset. So I can't wait. Hold on. I think I just paused. But man, I really would love to be able to come on and just go like every other big adult here.
That's okay. It's okay. No worries, Brian. No worries.
Is it louder now?
Still muffled.
A bit muffled.
Still muffled.
Very muffled. It sounds like you're in a closet.
It sounds like you're in a cupboard, Brian. Are you still clearing that cupboard out?
USA closet. We say cupboard. Dingy.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I'm gonna
closet.
Start all over again.
Terrible.
That's fine, buddy. Whatever it takes, we'll work with you.
It's just ridiculous. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's exhausting. I'm trying again. Hold on. Cheers, mates.
Here's me and Dinky 5,000 miles away. We sound clear.
Bless him. I love Brian. So yeah,
says, little Lily Cataquette, I have to see some form of a picture to be able to pull you up before I do it, just to make sure that I'm not getting bombed with something I don't want to see and that nobody else would want to see. That's all. Just for a few seconds, you got to show a live picture, and then you can shut it back down before I can bring you up.
I like your take on things, Dinky. Very good.
Well, I just tried to look at it. I've told Dago before in a realistic manner, based on what I can see.
Yeah.
And the people surrounding the incident. And there, I said in chat earlier on, there's 100 people that you could point to and say they could possibly have done that.
Yes.
You've got a majority of those people at the grub truck. There is weird stuff going on there. Kaylee's best friend didn't even acknowledge her. She's the one that went on after I get stuttered when I can't say the correct word and I have to try to remember what I'm allowed to call it.
I do the same thing.
What do you think? What do you two, Dago and Dinky, think to that camera that caught Maddie and Kaylee talking with that guy? And Maddie said something, they're going to get you for this. What do you think to that?
Yeah. Oh, I told Adam everything.
Yeah.
I think for some reason, from the beginning of time, hearing that, I feel that has a lot to do with this for some reason. I don't know what it is, but I feel like it does.
I'm guessing though that that Steve and the family would probably have gotten to the bottom of that by now, or at least they would have found an explanation, because I'm sure they're pretty boots on the ground.
I mean, I may be going over old ground there with saying that.
No,
about
it's okay.
that,
It's okay.
No, not at all, because it's like I say, you can point at 100 people, and for anybody that wants to complain in chat, those people are allowed to point at Brian Kohberger, who is at this very moment innocent until proven guilty, the same as anybody we talk about are innocent until proven guilty. It's no different.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I think Brent did it. I'm just saying that from an outside point of view, he would be a prime suspect. Just my point of view.
No.
He was a loose cannon, ex-Marine. He's trained to use a K-bar knife. And was shot by the police whilst threatening to kill his housemates. I mean, those things happened. It's just very strange. So, but I'm not saying he did it. I'm just saying his possibility. For me, the guys at the grub truck, the most disturbing one was the guy in the shirt with number 9 on it.
Right.
Something going on there with him and Maddie. There's something going on there. That guy's girlfriend was there, and she didn't like it that he was talking to Maddie.
Yeah.
He's the one that made the little sleepy gesture, with his hands, and that would suggest to me that if it was an attempted essay, maybe you'd be looking at somebody like that was saying, "Oh, I'm going to wait till she's asleep, and then I'm going round," sort of thing.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it could have been taken for. I'm not sure about I've seen some videos of people saying they've got Pepsi can cameras and stuff. I don't buy that. I've watched the whole of the grub truck. I've watched the grub truck video. I watched it from the original source when it originally came out, and I watched every second of it on my TV. And I'm a people watcher. I watch people. That's what I do. Hi.
Was that good enough?
Yeah, that's fine, Lily. That's fine.
Okay.
So yeah, there were some interesting dynamics at the grub truck.
Yeah.
But basically, when you go up, they put your order into the computer, and it prints out a little ticket. And that's what people had in their hands. That's what they were passing off. The big guy with the hat, the girl comes back in, and people say, "Oh, they passed something off between each other." I think she just goes off, and then when she comes back, he gives her the ticket back. I think she probably just said to him, "Oh, can you hold my ticket while I go over here in case they call my number?"
Yeah,
so
very possibly.
There seemed to be quite a bit of that going on. There were a lot of people there that
Sounds
weren't
like there's an
getting food.
echo. Is it me or?
You might still have the background going on. If you are in here now, you have to bring down your YouTube and then mute it and leave this up.
Okay, be right back.
Okay,
Is my mic working now?
There's Brian. You're a lot better now. Say that again.
Oh, well, thank God. It seems to be, Dago, it seems to be when I have the camera on, that makes the microphone not work. Does that at least make any sense at all?
Yeah.
It will. It can cause problems. I agree.
Be right back.
Oh, okay. Well,
Okay,
I just
Michael.
wanted to say, good afternoon, mates. I'm sipping some tea and crickets. What is
Some
it
tea
called?
of what now?
What is it? Crumpets. How are you all?
Good.
I'm sorry. I'm
Great,
trying
Brian.
to see if I can jump into the conversation. The only problem is that I'm hearing like.
Are you there?
She sounded fine then as well.
Yeah, she's very clear, but she's getting a background feed on it, which means she probably still has the YouTube open and the StreamYard up at the same time, and you have to bring one down. Brian, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I hear you all great.
You sound
Okay,
much
good.
better now, Brian.
Yes, very, very much better, buddy. Good to hear. Good to hear.
Why
So,
would that? Well, okay. Well, all right. Well, normally this is not the way it's supposed to be, right? Where the microphone drains the tower or whatever, but whatever, right? It's different now. And I turned the camera off. So that's just it.
Yeah,
so
you're
then we
fine
can at least
now.
say hi. Wonderful. Because I've wanted to talk to you guys for a week. They go.
Yeah, it's been a while. Definitely been a while.
Yeah, no, let me tell you something. Family probate hit category 6 last week, and I am exhausted. Okay, fighting with family as it relates to money is absolutely exhausting. And then, of course, we have this little thing called a hurricane coming. We did fine. It was nothing. Tomorrow's pictures are going to be hideous. But I'm so glad you all are talking about my Brent. Okay,
Yes.
Come on, you all. Dago, I'm hung up with this mess they did over there with him.
Oh, wait, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear.
Ah, perfect. Okay, I figured it out.
Lily, you're just like me. It's like when we come on, we're like, hello, hello. And then they're like, yeah. Or it's like, hello, hello. And you're totally ignored. And then it's like, oh, shit. Something's that I don't know is not working. Now I got to try again. It's nice to meet you, Miss Lily.
It's nice to meet you as well. All of you, actually. And I just wanted to say hi to Diego. Like, personally, you know.
Hello. Welcome. It's great to have you here.
When are you and I starting StreamYard classes, Lily, to teach everybody how to use it?
Whenever you want. We could do an online course, get together, and like start doing this.
I can't not. This is driving me nuts. But Lily, I don't know who it is, but you sound like an actress, and I cannot put it together for who it is.
Oh my God.
I'm serious. I can't. As soon as you started talking, it reminded me of an actress that I can't think of who it is to save my life.
I think I know who you mean, Dago, but I can't remember her name either. Was she in a movie with Tom Cruise?
I can't.
I would have remembered that so soon.
And he
say that again. What you just said. Who's Sophia Vergara? Rosie Perez. That's it. Thank you, Rosie Perez. There it is.
Oh, okay. Well, that's my girl. There you go.
You sound just like her. That's crazy. Oh my God.
And I just wanted to say hi to all the mods. I'm always saying hello to them on the chat, but I wanted to say hello to them and Eddie and Big Mama and everyone. I just wanted to get that. And thank you for the birthday shout out.
Absolutely.
Who was this lady? I've just come back. Who was this lady? I like her accent.
Miss Lily C.
Hi there.
Thank you. Hi.
How are you?
I'm great. Thank you. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm in love with you. I love your accent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's the Bronx talk. That's right, Rolo.
The Bronx talk. That's it. There's where the Rosie Perez thing came from. Isn't that where she's from?
Puerto Rico.
That's funny.
She actually is she from the Bronx? I'm not too sure. I am.
She was from somewhere in New York. I know that much.
Definitely, yes.
So what are we? Okay, let's go. Let's do it because I know Brian is excited to speak on something. He tried to yesterday, and I ended it on him, and I feel horrible for that. And I'm so sorry, Brian. And again, thank you all, Michael, Dinky, Miss Lily, Brian, for being here and speaking on what you feel and your opinions, your theories, your thoughts, your feelings on all of this. I appreciate you all so very much.
Okay, there you go.
There you go. Let me just. I'll jump down and let Brian talk. I've got to take my puppy for a walk.
Oh, what kind of puppy?
I've got he's a Jack Russell. He's 5 months old.
Oh, awesome. Good stuff.
Baby says hello to your baby.
He's like a child.
Oh yeah,
having a child.
Of course, they are our children.
He's attached to me 24/7. It's really wearing
Wouldn't
me
have
out,
it any other way.
No, I love
Dinky. Dinky, it's
Yeah.
nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, mate.
Thank you,
And
Dinky,
Michael.
for today.
And
Absolutely.
Dinky, your avatar gives me nightmares.
Yeah,
I love it.
It's scary.
Thank you,
It's
boss.
scary, yeah.
Brian, it's funny because I've had that one for ages and people have still thought I was a woman.
Oh,
When they
really?
talk to me in
Scary?
chat and they say,
And to hear you talk so delightful and wonderful and look at you, and it's like it's scary as hell because
I've changed it now, Brian. In chat,
No,
it's
this
different.
one I love, but it's scary as hell.
I
You've
love
got
it.
the Union
I love
Jack now, Dinky.
Yeah, I'm going British
yeah,
now.
There we go. Are you a fan of Marvel and DC and all that stuff, Dinky?
Yeah, of course.
Awesome. I knew I liked you for a reason. I love it. Love it. Yes,
Dago,
sir.
we're like the same, mate. My birthday's September the 15th. I think yours is quite close
November
as well.
23rd. Same year. Yeah, we're the same. I'll be 49 in November, so.
Mystic Virgo's asking me what my dog's name is. It's Tyson.
Get out!
There you go.
Like the
My
boxer.
Frenchie's name is Tyson.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Tyson Fury.
No,
obviously,
mine is just
Tyson Fury. We've got here is our heavyweight boxer, isn't he? So
there you, yeah, right.
Tyson Fury, Tyson Fury.
Awesome.
So anyway, great to meet you, Michael. You've got a channel, haven't you?
Yes, he does.
I just do a few stately ohms and little castles.
It's great. Don't downplay it, Michael. Don't downplay it. You got some great architecture in there, and it's absolutely entertaining as all hell. I love it, Michael, and I advertise it as often as I can. So don't downplay it. You do great
There you
stuff,
go.
buddy.
I haven't
There you
looked,
go.
Michael,
Thanks,
but
thanks for that. But there's one I did a couple of weeks ago, and I've just put it up the other day, and I've give you a shout out, but you haven't seen it yet. So you've got to have a look. I give you a big shout out on it. So have a look.
All right, I will go check it out for sure.
Thank you.
I'm going
Absolutely.
to go and check
Thank
you
you,
out, Michael.
Thanks, Stinky. Yeah, thanks, mate.
I haven't been there yet, but I heard you talking about it before with your photography, and
Yes.
where I live, I've sort of do a little bit around here, so
Yeah,
I can send you some pretty interesting pictures if you want to see them.
Yeah. I mean, it was just another channel I was on. It wasn't like this where you go on a panel. It was just like a chat room, you know, in the US. And there's a few of them there. When I got chatting to them, and they said, "Would you do a few videos of where I live at the moment?" I said, "Yeah, you know, got a few little stately homes and things like that, you know, that I thought might interest people. I don't want it to be a big thing, anything like that, you know. It's just for friends, you know."
Yeah,
It's a great channel. I love it. I love what you're doing with it, Michael. I do. I really do.
Thanks, Diego.
Okay, cheers, guys. Right, I'm going to take this dog out now. The whole time I've been here, he's been keeping on at me, trying to hunt my leg and biting my elbow, and it's because I'm ignoring him and talking to you guys.
Thank you so much, Sandy, for that. I appreciate you. And
Dinky, go now before it starts to rain.
Yeah, I will, Dago. I did email you the other day, so you should have my email, and I put my number in there, so
okay,
you should be able to get hold of me if you ever need to.
That sounds great, Dinky.
Or
Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. Very
Give
much.
your baby a hug for all of us. Give your baby a hug from all of us.
I will.
All the meatballs. The meatballs are saying rough.
And I'm not leaving. And I'm not leaving without saying hello to Boston Supports Lana. She's my internet girlfriend now, whether she likes it.
All right, then. There we go.
She is so sweet.
She's very sweet. She's a very cute lady, and I love her accent. She's got a cool accent. Have you heard her speak?
I have not yet, as of yet, but I hope I will one day. And she's very, very, very sweet in here in the chat always, and I absolutely adore her as well.
She is,
and she says it, we love you, Dinky. She says it right there. There you go.
And obviously, all of the mods and all of the chatters in here, it's such a great place. It's like,
they are awesome.
Yeah, and it's becoming a really friendly place. I think it's obvious the people that don't want to be here, but still keep trying to cause problems. But I think
that's okay. We can deal with it as we do and move right along without being.
Yeah, you just need to try and you just try to need to try and ignore it a bit more, Dago, because it's 99% of people in here. They get on, they chat, they're friendly. It's obvious the people that don't want that. So just ignore it.
Dago can handle it. He can handle it.
Absolute. Thank you again,
I'm sure
Dinky.
he can, but he needs to know we got his back. That's all.
Yeah.
I appreciate that more than you know. I really do.
No worries, brother. Right, see you later, guys.
All right, Dinky.
Thank you.
Bye.
Nice meeting you, buddy.
All right, Mike. Brian, I know I know you've been itching for a day, 24, 48 hours to speak on some things. So
I have.
Let's
But let me say something. No, but wait, Danger, that is so neat that you just caught, because this is really the first time I have ever been able to get all this crazy madness set up where I can be with you all on the mic, okay, and see the chat. So it was fascinating, Danger, that you were like, he finally figured it out. But you know what happened to me, you guys, like last week? All of a sudden, in my brain, you guys kind of know it. It's off a little. And I'm thinking, WSU shot Brent. Then we do have the fact that WSU is the agency that found Brent's car magically 2 times on the same day. So I'm going to take a little look into WSU. Well, guys, now I do have emails, and I got stuff ready for you, Dago. You know what I mean? I mean, I have it, but I'm really tired of like searching around for the family probate, looking up bills and credit, you know, but I have it. Let me tell you something. That Washington State University, you guys, unbelievably, disgustingly corrupt. I mean, I have ledgers, okay, on stuff, complaints about them. 3 of the top bosses of that place had to resign to avoid being arrested. Okay. And just, hey, look, come on, be fair to me. You know how I feel about Brent. Okay. There's just way too much. And you know what? One of the angles was, okay, how did it go? Oh, okay. It was the interview, the Pullman. Okay, wait, I got to slow down. The interview Pullman Brian did, we all heard about it, which I thought was very strange, but then we hear nothing else. Okay. So to me, I'm now like, I think he was hired undercover, guys. And that's huge if you want to move that into the puzzle. Okay. But then there was one of them that was, he quit. Okay. He quit Pullman. Yeah, no. He quit Pullman, left Pullman, and then now he's working at WSU in the police department. That's like messed up. Now, Don Daniels and 3 others of them were all using their credit cards to go to places.
I know.
Okay. And there is just so much crap going on over there. And it just is weird. He's the one that shot Brent. They find the car, the Pullman interview. You guys, I'm telling you, Brian got hired by Pullman in an undercover role. And that explains why Moscow had to be told by the FBI, you cannot pull him in for questioning. He was working for us. And something obviously went very wrong. Then I learned 3 days ago, and I don't know if you guys know this. I'm not trying to act like a big shot. Do you guys know that Maddie's stepmother? I got to slow down because I'm so excited I finally get to tell you guys. Okay, Maddie's stepmother, what was it? Pled out her 3. Oh, okay. I'm trying to be good with YouTube. Okay. Maddie's stepmom had the exact same kind of charges as Anna's mom. Case there. Now I don't have to worry about the words. Okay. Yes, I'm trying, Stevie. I'm trying.
You're doing fine, Brian. I'll let you know, but you're doing great, brother. You're fine.
Okay. So, do you all know that like 6 days before the 13th, Maddie's mom got sentenced, but the month before, she got 2 of her 3 car-like charges dropped. So now I'm learning better to talk YouTube jive. So let's just roll with me so I don't get anyone in trouble like our friend Dago, okay? Let's just think of Emma and D, okay? Yes, thank you, Rolo. Okay, because see, I'm scared to say stuff like that. But the month before, Maddie's mom got 2. Xana's mom. No, both of them, Ron John. No, both.
Both of them got a plea.
No. For those of you that don't know, Maddie's stepmother was charged as well with the same types of charges. Just for those of you that did happen as well, right around the same period of time. Yeah.
Right. Well, no, it was the week before the 13th. I don't remember the date. 7th, I think. Well, it was actually.
I think it was the 7th. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. No. Okay. September was when she pled, and they dropped 2 charges. We all know that when you're doing these kind of charges, the way you get some of your stuff dropped is you chat and chit and chat. or as WSU Mama said, you're wrecked. So the month before, apparently, whoever the boogeymen are, think of the Godfather, found out that 2 of the 3 Maddie stepmom's charges were dropped, which has to mean that she talked. So now let's move week before the horror. That is when she did her final thing in court. Then 5 or 6 days later, her child and others are brutally murdered. Ooh, am I allowed to say that now? See, now I'm so paranoid. And
it's all right. I'll let it go this time.
Okay, so no, I'm getting better, okay, because I'm learning a lot. Just don't say that.
Yeah,
and
you're
then
fine. You're okay.
4 days later, Cara is sentenced. People, come on, we're way too smart here. We're way too smart. Well, how come we aren't accepting the reality of what is going on here? If you're saying we all know all this, hey, why are we talking about so much other stuff? Because what it all is really about is really quite here. It's right in front of us, which means we all do know exactly what was going on. We know what happened. We know why. We know who. The mystery is Kohlberger. Okay. And if you bring it, all the stuff we're not allowed to talk about into the picture, it answers all the questions. It answers the core. Brian knows to stick his cell phone into one of those cell phone blocking packs. Okay. I know about this because when I went to see Wanda Sykes, she was doing a new Netflix. So they made all you crazy people who are addicted to your cell phones, which I kind of enjoyed watching you all stand in 9-hour lines to throw your cell phones in bags. And what they look like is they look like bank bags. Okay. But they make your phone not signal.
You can't get a signal to take pictures or anything off of it, right? Yeah.
No, you can't. No, and it blocks you from cell phone towers and pings. That's what Brian did. Come on, people. Yeah. This guy knows all this stuff. Okay. So what I'm saying is, I think, and I go back and I go forth, even with Brent. Okay, so to me, Brian and Brent are in the same cabinet. I don't know whether it was A, one was relapsing or using, or B, one was working for one or the other, or C, someone was involved with some other people who move product. But what I'm saying is Brian was definitely involved in this, as was Brent. But
in your opinion, make sure
in my opinion,
thank you.
But it's not what they're all going for. It's not. Clinically, I am qualified. He displays none of the classic SK stuff. None. He explains no conduct disorder in early school. He performs academically. He is not fighting, acting out. He is not playing with fire. We have no evidence of him murdering mice and birds. Okay, we have no childhood data of most other folks that we have learned their childhood history about. None of that. So we really don't. To me, his sickness, his OCD, his vision snow is what we call somatoform disorder, and that goes back to OCD and just straight on mental illness. I won't go into that now. But all I am saying to you guys is it's all here. It's all here. Yeah, fire setting. Yes. And from day one, you guys, his mom from day one has been described as absolutely lovable, loving, caring. So in my clinical mind, in terms of the psychosocial of the family, which I would really love to know, because we do have to be real, you guys, we've got a family system that produced 2 therapists. Okay, that's significant. Trust me, I went into what I went into because I have shit. Let's just be honest. We are the sickest people roaming the earth. The only truth to the matter is grad school trains that out of it coming into our work. That's just the truth. But so there had to be something going on. But that's simple. Yeah, I agree. That's what I'm saying. There's no heat and no visual snow. It was all psychological, related to mental illness. But oh, you lost me. I read you. See, I read you, and now I went off track. Oh, his mom. By all means, a wonderful, loving, kind, like, and widespread. So that wouldn't be family. He didn't come from a really sick family on that level. Mom seems great. Dad was pretty much wildly, liked. My sense of when I first saw Dad in the car, I kind of, it's simple. There's no judgment here. It's simple, and then it makes sense. He's a maintenance dude. Yeah, he's a maintenance dude. Okay, fine, but simple. Okay, so it doesn't seem like the childhood was really like abusive, like mean and sexual or physical. They had a lot of financial troubles. That impacts marriage, which impacts kids. Okay, but overall, he does not show any signs, you guys. None of the classic stuff of what they're trying to make him out to be. SK. He just doesn't. And if you look at his behavior with the pullover with the female cop, that kind of behavior in an interview, come on, guys, that's good behavior. Think of the interview with Pullman and put what his behavior was with the cop in the interview setting with the Pullman. That's a really good job interview. It is. He was polite. He speaks articulately. His resume speaks for itself academically. He's in an incredible school. Okay, so it really does kind of make a lot of sense that Pullman might be really interested in him. And we know for a fact that it's really good in an interview when you get a follow-up from the interviewee. Okay, the chief of police emailed him back. So to me, he was working for Pullman, you guys, and something went really, really sad and wrong. And these poor kids just didn't really have a clue. They just didn't really know what they were getting into. They sunk in, and it was good, and it was fun, and they were making money. And they didn't realize the kind of people they were really dealing with. But you guys, if we get honest, you do not, FBI, for 4 20-year-old kids, 2 who are employed part-time basically at a Pizza Hut, you do not start sending out search warrants and get results that come back with, 14 financial institutions? What do you think was going on here? What would make you look? What would even make the FBI say, we really need to start to look at all these kids' financials? Oh, come on, you guys. We know what that is, and I know I can't say the word, but we know the word I'm saying. That is absolute involvement. And there is an absolute reason from day one, the house was connected overtly daily to that entity. It just was. Is that not true? Dago, is that not true? The house was absolutely called. See, and I don't want to get into the words. The house.
There was a lot of activity going on around the house. Yes, I've been told that.
Yes. Okay, so it's like we're not really getting like it's coming together if you let it. It was known. They were known that it was more like they're really fun people. They're great people. They're fun. You can go hang out with them and they're great. But it's also a good place if you really want to get some party stuff. You can do that there too. Okay, that's the whole sense of the house. And there is a reason why from the beginning the house came out, even in mainstream media. The house came out as a place to go if you're in the mood to heighten your party desires. How's that for YouTube? Okay, is that good for YouTube, Dago?
Yeah, I'm fine with it, sir. I'm fine. I'd let you know.
Okay, no, I'm going to shut up now and
You're
you give me
doing very
feedback.
well, Brian. You're doing very well.
Give me feedback. It's so here. And then just look at all the other stuff that's going on now. And I think, no, I do, Oakley, I do. I think they've lost control of the lie. And I think that's why Santa Claus last week, to me, and hey, some of my stuff is clinical, but to me, last week when Santa Claus from the second row just stood up, rose, and looked at the judge, shrugged his shoulders, and put out his hands, and just said, "We don't have it." To me, that was devastating. The dude is getting ready to retire. I think he is so tired.
January. Yes, sir.
He is tired of covering this up. He doesn't want to ruin his retirement. I vote he quits in 2 weeks. It is your honor. It just isn't there. Put in parentheses, I'm tired of this. My guys didn't do it the way they're supposed to. And I am not putting my life and my family on my retirement plan. I am going to leave before January. I'm getting out of this. I'm not lying. I'm not covering up. They did not get the drug screens and the tox screens and and I think he's done. I do, because he knows the gig's up. It is coming out, and Brian's really smart. Okay, and Ann apparently is a lot. You guys did a lot better with Ann than I did in the beginning, okay? Because I didn't think she was that great. But I think you guys are all on target. I think she's actually really sharp. And then I do want to step down in a minute because I'm going fast, but I also want to tell you something, guys. You know what? Guess what? Our friend Payne knows nothing about the cast stuff. If you go back and read the way he wrote it in his PCA, he wrote, based on some of the data I have, I had to go talk to somebody that knows about cast. He knows nothing about cast. Okay, nothing. And I'm going to then shut up, I promise. Did you all know that Don Daniels messed up per Jules? This is Jules, not me. And we all love Jules. And Jules doesn't mess around.
Absolutely.
At all. And Don Daniels screwed up 10 of the blood thingies from Brian's apartment. Okay, watch it, Jules. She put it in the video with the one with the Don Daniels stuff.
Yes.
Oh, good. Do you know? It'd be really good if you know that one, or I can send it to you or something. That is incredible, because I'm telling you, Don.
We watched that one, and Jules pulled that. She called that right from the get. She knew right away. And I truly feel that Don Daniels knew exactly what was going on, in my opinion.
Yes, absolutely.
I guarantee, and Jules did. Jules hit it on the head like she does with everything else, because she's that good. She's that amazing, in my opinion. So that is why
I'll toot my own horn here.
Please do.
The reason why Jules did that video was because the day before, and she talks about it in the video the following day, I sent her the quote from Dawn's PCA. And she says it in the video, that she, and then if you looked in the comments, she emailed me back and she said, I knew it was you. Okay. But the Don Daniels, page 1415, supplemental thing, she flat out says to the judge, 24 hours before they go kick down his parents' door, she flat out, under the penalty of perjury, states to the judge that she knows damn well the garbage DNA is shit and will not be admissible. She flat out states it in 2 paragraphs in her sworn statement. So I am now allowed to say to you, Officer Dawn, could you please explain to the jury why you felt the need to tell the judge prior to them kicking down the door, while you wanted the judge to know that the garbage DNA is pretty good going to be held inadmissible. They knew. That's Brady violations, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I guess it could be considered. That's a good point, Brian. Very good point. Thank you, Heather. Very good point.
I'm going to put my mic on mute and just listen to you all. Thank you, Dago. I'm not going off.
Listen, well, first off, Brian, you're getting very good at this, and you've come a long way, buddy. I love you to death. You know that.
You are.
And I am I'm proud of you, Brian. I'm proud of you. Thank you, and thank you for your input. That was amazing. Good stuff, buddy. Good stuff.
Dago.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. So I want to hear what you got. Oh, wait, I got to go back to chat. Okay, I'm learning. Okay, go. I'm going to shut up.
As a Brit, could you explain loosely the Brady thing to a Brit?
It is basically, in layman's terms, we'll just say a police officer has done something that they shouldn't have done, and yeah, they need to be looked at basically before they're put out there and trusted.
Okay, thank you.
In layman's terms, about the best how I can explain it.
Okay.
There she is. There's your Jules, Brian.
Hi, my Jules. I've loved you way before you were here with our Dago. How are you? You have no idea how thrilled I was the following day
Jules.
after I emailed you.
Girl.
Yep, she says right there, Brian Hoffman, one who pointed me to the search warrant. She misplaced the 3 DNA pieces of evidence from his apartment for 10 days, and she is who asked for DNA to be not to be considered. Bang, bang, boom. There she is.
Jules?
What's up, Jules?
I just want. Oh, you want panel? Oh, that would be
no,
exciting. But Jules, you know I love you to death. You know you're so good. I learned so much from you. You're incredible to me. You're a beautiful, incredible writer. Love you.
Yes, she's very very good at what she does.
Yeah, but every one of her videos are like, wow. And it really is. It is a screenwriting. She could write for movies. You know what I mean? Her word choice, the way she opens every one of her videos is utterly brilliant. It's one sentence and then music, and the opening.
I think she should write crime novels, in my opinion. I thought that
she is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, thank you, Woman Power, for the super sticker. I appreciate that so very much. And she says, thank you, Brian Hoffman.
Well, as a Brit, if I could say hello to Jules, I'd be very honored to say hello to Jules.
And so would I. I would like to say hi to Jules. I don't know if she gets my coffees, but I do want to say hi. She's like one of my secret mentors as I go to class.
Oh, yeah. Lots of people.
I love your accent.
She doesn't know it. That's why it's a secret.
Mm-hmm.
But
and she says hello, everyone on panel.
Yeah. Jules reminds me of yourself, Dago. She's very easy to follow and very concise, very clear.
Authentic,
and all that, yeah.
Well, that to me, I appreciate that very much. That's a very high. How can I say this? That means the world to me. To be anything, to even be put in the same class as her means a lot to me because I think she's absolutely amazing. I have more respect for her than I can even explain. So, thank you for that. I appreciate that very much. I don't feel I'm anywhere.
You're in the same class, Dago. You need to know you're in the same class because there is dignity in what you're doing. There's authenticity. You care. You're passionate. You're respectful. There is, okay. I'm ending there. I'll email you, Dago. I was going to slip and say something about another content. It's like, don't say it, dude. But Dago,
I do appreciate it. And she does say she got your copies, Lily, and I appreciate it because, like I said, I don't feel that I'm even remotely as her, but I appreciate that so very much.
I just think credit where it's due, Dago. You know, if somebody's very clear to follow, very understandable, and it's easy to listen to, then that's it. Go for it, you know.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that more than, like I said, those words mean a lot to me, guys. They really do. I have a very high regard and a very high respect for her. I always have from the moment that I first met her. And I can't even, I don't even classify myself anywhere near her, in my opinion, but I really do appreciate that so very much.
Bye.
And thank you all for having the respect for her that you do, because she does deserve it. I appreciate that. And please, 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 any and all of you, if you have not yet gone over to check out any of her stuff, which I know most of you have, please do. Please do. It's a treat and a half. It is. If we could redrop her links again, guys, because she's got two channels that she runs. They're both absolutely amazing. And if you will, please, she's well deserving of it, guys. Very well deserving. There they are. Thank you, Heather, right there, for anybody that hasn't. She's just an amazing entity in the true crime community, and just period. As a person alone, okay? So please show that respect and love where it is due, if you all will. I do appreciate that so very much. And as that's Thea, she's stating right here, thanks for the love, everyone. Was just stopping in after editing to see what was going on before running off to watch a movie with the kids.
That's what I love about her.
That's what I'm saying. She does it all. She works. She's working from home. She's doing her true crime videos. She's taking care of her children. She's an amazing entity, folks. In the just period, as a person, as everything, she's amazing.
Whose dog's barking?
That's Mike Tyson.
So
He's like,
thank you again, Jules, for stopping by. Brian, thank you for your input, and also Michael, Lily, what did you have to add with us today?
Okay,
yeah,
so
come on, Lily.
So I kind of have the same vibe that Brian is having. That Brian might. Okay, Tyson.
Always,
Tyson, stop it.
Always, Brian.
He was so quiet all this time listening to Brian, and then when I want to speak, he wants to talk. But my thing is, I always say we have to go all the way back, and I know that a lot of people get tired of going all the way back, but
you're right.
So here's the thing. So I have my husband's in law enforcement and a few other family members, and I just had them. You know, this case is very consuming, and there's always something popping up. So what I did was I printed out the first PCA from, what is this man's name? Payne. Yes. And I just had them like read it and kind of give me their input. And they were like, wait a minute, this is like crazy. Because the first thing we have to look at is the time. The time is like the biggest thing here. And, you know, whether or not he committed it is how we all have been saying, we're not going either way. But if you look at this, it makes it so impossible. It's you go to the coroner, you listen to her interview, and she has a timetable. She says she can't go in because the police officers are there. But they can't move the bodies. Those are her exact statements. Yet, if you listen to her, if you read Payne's PCA, and then if you listen to a statement that was said by Hunter, his best friend, well, his body was moved then 3 times, because you have him in the hallway somewhere or by Xana.
Okay.
You have him in the bed, or you have him leaning against the door. Now, if you listen to a lot of these police officers' body cams, they say that the music is heard from far. So wait, I'm sorry. I'm doing a Brian. I'm going all over the place because it's
You're
like
okay.
we have so many, there's so much things that we would like to say
No,
that.
take your time.
Yep.
That's why I do this. That's why I do this.
But so if we're gonna talk about the timing, in the first one, I read, where was it? And this is one thing that they pointed out. They said the driver picks her up. If the driver picks up the girls at 1:56, how is it possible that they're catching them at home at 1:56? Because if you read from the driver, he says, I'm sorry, I have it right here in front of me because I said someone will let me speak one day.
Take your time. Take your time.
But it says here that they were located at the bar and approximately 1:30, and then on a private party reported that he provided a ride to Kaylee and Maddie at approximately 1:56 from downtown Moscow. So if he provided a ride to them to go to the home at 1:56,
they left the grub truck at 1:52, and Rabble put that up, and we had gone over that a while back at the times because the timing was screwed up in quite a few ways. But you're right, Lily. If that was written that way, but they did leave the grub truck. I believe they got to the grub truck around 1:40 or 1:41, and I remember they were in there at that part where they were waiting on their food around 1:42. And Rabble's right that they left around 1:52. We see, and they were arrived at the home at 1:56.
Oh, okay.
Which is where that comes into play. But the time, like I said, guys, the timeline on this has been so screwed up, and the 1 minute counts. 1 minute counts. Jules did a video a long time back about the 5 minutes. 5 minutes made a whole big difference in this, and it makes a lot of sense. The video that she put out, it was stating that how could she be in the house doing this if he was in the car riding down the road at 4:25? Do you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So each minute counts. It really does. Believe it or not, it really does. So that's a great point, Lily, to point out. It really is. Very good point.
Lily, Lily, can I ask you, what is your husband telling you?
Oh, he doesn't think he doesn't know if BK is, the person that was, that he's innocent or guilty. But what he can tell me is, he said there's no way that he did all of this by himself. If he is.
Right. Yeah.
And then as soon as we heard, because there was a bit of a gap before they did arrest a suspect and everything, but when we did find out, and there were 2 survivors, I mean, it was like a consensus across the board that there's no way they're not involved. There's no way. He says, I'm willing to put money. We actually have a bet going, but it's not a bet for us to win. The money that we do, whoever wins, we'll donate it to something.
Is he right there now with you? Would he be willing to come up and tell us what he thinks? He's in law enforcement.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. It would be neat to hear his opinion. He would know more than any of us.
Like, he's not retired. He's not.
Okay.
He's to put his voice out there right now. Right. I agree. That's not a good idea.
No, I agree too. Sorry, Lily.
That's okay. But what he did say, there's no way. He said, first of all, everybody there would have been in a room somewhere being interviewed, and he was like, where are the body cams? He goes, that's the first thing that they teach us. Everywhere you go, you have your body cam. And he said,
excuse me, Lily, I'm sorry, I said that too, and that's not only for to see what's going on, but that's for the protection of the officer that's involved in the scene.
Absolutely.
And they do that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for
Absolutely.
stating that.
And the body cams, how they work is there's a 30-second before and a 30-second after they activate them.
Yes.
And so he's like, where are the body cams? I mean, that would have been one of the easiest things to have,
yes.
and to just like shed light into everything.
Absolutely.
And he
That would
goes,
have changed everything. Yes.
and he said if the phone call went as a person unconscious, or whatever the case would have been, if they didn't state that it was there was a crime, that they suspected there was a crime, he goes, I don't understand who would have given the authority to the EMTs to leave and direct them to leave. Because he says, we don't go. We usually go if there's a DV, or crime, something of a crime, of a criminal nature. But if it comes in as a call, somebody's stomach is hurting or somebody passed out, usually law enforcement doesn't show up. And if they do show up as a courtesy or as whatever it could be, they don't just say, oh yeah, no, don't come in. Actually, they want to give that to them.
Thank you very much. Yes, and I stated this. If you were here, Lily, with my experience in law in EMS and the fire service, Annie Potts asked a long time ago, where the hell was EMS when this happened? And I didn't know that they hadn't responded. And I go and look into it. I'm like, yeah, where the hell were they and why? What happened? Who stopped them? Because on a call that comes through 911 as an unconscious person, nobody knows what that is. The police don't know how to handle that right off the bat. That needs emergency medical personnel that does that. That could be a cardiac event. It could be just somebody that's drunk and passed out. Someone had a seizure. Someone is deceased. It could be any of that at that moment. Law enforcement does not know how to deal with that arriving on scene. They do have first responder, first aid, so on and so forth, the basics, okay?
Right.
That is what happens with that scenario, but that's it. That's it. So
if anything, they would have had the fire department show up with them.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been saying this forever. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And
Sorry
so he goes, why would they ask him to leave? And then, when he's reading this, he says, well, the body cam is there because obviously he's saying that he heard or he was told or by reviewing the camcorder that he saw Murphy in one of the rooms. Well, then if you have that camera going, where are the other cameras? Especially if it's of that magnitude. He said, like you would have had tons of people. I mean, it does change an amount of people you would have, like the protocol over here. You would have the captain of the precinct. You would have detectives left and right. Payne is not a detective. Payne, he was an officer. Yeah, he was a
patrol officer. That's it.
A patrol officer. Usually, even though they might be there at the beginning, that gets handed over to a detective.
Yes.
Now, I did hear someone saying that they had to go to school for that. The only difference in that, I don't know how it works in Moscow or Idaho. Over here in the bigger city, you can become a detective many different ways. But once you get promoted to that, because it's, you have to get interviewed, you have to get put into a squad. Once you get put into the squad, then you do go to their training, but you don't necessarily have to go to a specific school. Like they don't have a school for the detectives, so that's the only difference. And or if you are in you get injured in the line of duty, and you were shot or something in that magnitude, you do get promoted. Or if you pass away in the line of duty, they give you a promotion to a detective.
Ranking.
Right. They promote you to the next ranking level. But from the beginning, they were, they were like, wait a minute. Okay, so why are they chasing this man? Like they are throwing it out. And then, the boys, they kind of go into their own discussions. But, they pointed out, why would they have to go and follow this man all the way to Pennsylvania, all the way to wherever, when if he's right there 10 minutes away, they can pick him up and just question him. Just because you're being questioned, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're being arrested. You may have someone present there, absolutely, and they should give you that opportunity if you want an attorney or someone. But they could have questioned him about his whereabouts, about if he knew them or not. If they suspected, that he was involved, they could have picked up the same way they picked up a cigarette butt from someone. They could have easily done that with 1,001 things, from his job, anything. They don't understand why is it that they had to follow him all the way there. And then, I did show him like that little piece of being pulled over twice. And he was like, what cop does that? What cop goes to the passenger side? You never approach to the passenger side. And then you're sitting there, with your arm on, your arm on the window. And it's like you're having a 15, 20-minute conversation. He's never seen that before. So he thinks that actually was something that was kind of set up just to find out where he was.
That's my thought. I will say this. I have seen the police here, at least, especially the state police, approach on the passenger side if they are on the interstate because of traffic issues. Sometimes it's safer. It's up to their discretion. They approach the passenger side, especially if there's more than one person in the vehicle. I've seen that happen. I don't know the protocol for that because I'm not in law enforcement, but driving, I have seen that happen a couple times. But the rest of that, I've always thought that the Indiana stops were completely premeditated, in my opinion. I do agree. I do agree.
And then they said, even if you're following them, what is what was the goal? If the goal was to try to get his DNA to compare it to something, why not at any of those stops? He had to have stopped somewhere. Why not?
Sure, it's a long drive, guys. He stopped. There was I think it was talked about a receipt found for a motel or something like that, because that's a hell of a drive. It really is. And it had to have taken a matter of time. You even heard the father saying they've been driving for 18 hours or something like that. Don't quote me. I'm just saying it was in that realm of things. Yeah, there was definitely some stopping time here and this and that. And then, he went out around a different route, so on and so forth. So there was something, in my opinion, I don't care what they say, that was premeditated about that. That was a set up situation that they put together for that. I don't know exactly what they gathered from it. That doesn't make sense to me, based on how they approached the vehicle and the way that the conversation went. But I still feel that was set up that way. I really do.
Right. And then they watching this man, not for nothing. And I'm going to be honest with you. I really have never taken a ride around, to nowhere. Unless it was, like maybe to CVS or something. But I don't drive around at 4 o'clock in the morning. However, I will tell you this, I will break night and do my cleaning. You will see me going onto my deck and maybe smoke a cigarette. So when they said that, why is he up at 4 o'clock in the morning doing all these crazy things? That to me, I didn't find suspicious. I didn't find suspicious that he was wearing gloves either. To me, if you're thinking as a girl, you don't want to mess up your nails. So if you're cleaning down walls or something, you're going to be wearing your gloves. If I'm picking up my dog's poop. Right, Tyson? Hi.
Yep. That makes sense.
You're wearing your gloves.
Rough.
So for me, I don't think he's guilty. The reason why I don't think he's guilty is, it's you have no connection. Why, you know, I look at it like this. There's no connection between, you know, BK and the girls. There's no connection between the car and the girls. I mean, there's nothing there.
Right.
You know, and I understand, you know, we can't have it both ways. He can't be super, super smart and super, super anal and then be super, super dumb with leaving a knife sheath and then leaving a witness.
And having 10 years of experience in this exact field is to teaching you what
exactly. Exactly. And to me, I'm thinking, you know, someone brought up a theory, and, you know, we all are speculating, and everything that I'm saying is just speculation. I don't know. Yes. You know, I'm not an attorney yet. I'm not nothing yet. I mean, I'm me.
There you go.
But, oh, damn, I lost my train of thought. I did a Brian again.
It happens to me all the time. See, I told you, it's hard to stick with it sometimes. It really is.
But it's I lost my train of thought. I lost my train of thought.
Listen, when we're talking about this, I do it all the time. It happens. I promise you.
You know, I just have a hard time. Picturing, and even if it wasn't BK, I have a hard time just seeing one person going in, doing all of this stuff just because, you know, he was boiling inside, and then boom, decided to see what it felt like you know, taking a life. Right. I have a hard time believing that that person walked in, knew where they were going, bypass a bedroom, go upstairs, do whatever they did, and then go all the way back downstairs, do whatever they did, and then walk out and leave nothing. The rule of thumb is that you walk in with something, you walk out with something. Well, then what did he walk out with? Because obviously we still haven't proven anything with the car, with his home in Pennsylvania. And, you know, I think it's very unfair for so many people to just crucify him. And he might have done it. He might be guilty as sin if they come up with all the evidence. But my thing is, the way my stance is that, you know, this is another life that we are purposely going to be taking. It's not a maybe or could be. If he's found guilty, and then he's found guilty of in the death penalty phase, and he's sentenced to that, we're purposely taking his life.
Yes.
How horrible would it be if 2 months down the line, somebody pops up with something and says, oh, yeah, no, I have to confess.
That's what I said. I said that a long time ago. Yeah. Yes.
Like,
I agree.
Are you kidding me? Like, you know, what happens then? And I get that the parents are heartbroken. I can't even imagine how they could feel. And to me, it would be like I would be camping out in front of that courtroom or in front of the house itself. I would be walking those streets and begging these kids, if they know something, to say something.
Well, then there would be 5 victims then.
Yeah,
exactly. There would be 5 victims, and we still haven't gotten justice for any of them.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, sometimes I'm amazed. I've watched a few creators, and I stopped watching them because it wasn't, you know, let's see if he could have or if he couldn't. Like, they don't work on both sides of the field. Let's be the prosecutor. Let's be the defense.
Yeah.
They don't do that. They just go straight borderline, like, boom, he did it. That's him. It's him.
Right. And that's
Can I just step in for a second here, Lily?
Absolutely.
Okay, and it amazes me. You guys should see the intersection. They had to do the alibi and say he was in his car. They had no choice because the intersection over in Pullman, you would not believe the cameras that he went through twice on the way over to Moscow, and the cameras there are high tech. There is video of Brian that evening, and they caught his face and his license plate at that intersection in Pullman. Okay, and what he did, I don't know why he did it that way, but Mob Crew had a great video on it. What he did was, it was Nevada and Stadium. It's a 16-lane intersection, 4444. The cameras there are totally sophisticated. Mob Crew showed them. Okay, so what happened was he went there. He's sitting at this huge light. He is being recorded. His tag is on tape. The quality of the video also shows that you can see that it is Brian Kohlberger in the car. Now, for some strange reason, what Brian then does is he turns around and he goes back toward Brent's apartment. And then he is off camera for 9 minutes while he is going to Brent's. Rory did a total video about him going to Brent's apartment. Then the car appears again 9 minutes later at that huge intersection with high-tech cameras. It was Mob Crew who did the video, and you can go look at it, and you can see the intersection. Those are really badass cameras. They have video of his license plate, and they have video of him sitting at that light. They had to put him in the car that night in that white car. It's on tape.
So, I mean, I guess, but so this is how, these are my questions. And when I listen to everyone and when they come up, like Miss Potts, you know, so many wonderful people do come up with so many things. And it's like, oh yeah, wow, I was thinking about that. Eddie as well. And so my questions are these, and these are the ones that I would love to have answered. It's like, how is it possible that DM is there listening to all of this, and all they put is that she could just hear the dog barking numerous times.
Yeah.
You know, they put the timing and the narrative, and then they put her statement after. He goes, usually, you know, as I was saying, you know, in the little group, they were like, no, usually this is what we say, and whatever they say it verbatim. Like if she said there was an orange cat hanging from a tree, that's exactly how they're gonna put it. The victim said there was an orange cat hanging from the tree. They don't change the words. They don't say clad. My husband didn't even know what was clad. He was like, "What? What is that?" Well, he was in dark clothing.
None of us
did. And it's like, you know, and so I would like to know, how is it possible that she can hear all of this, but she couldn't understand that it wasn't a party? There's just no way.
Yeah.
You know,
Agreed.
and when talking about the injuries, I also looked it up. And I actually wrote down, you know, certain things. He can visibly see that there was a person that was deceased with stab wounds. Then the other one is all retracted, and then it's how is it that they word it?
Doesn't make sense, any of this lot.
A sharp force injury. Now, when you do sharp force injury can be anything. It could be ice pick. It could be anything. The only thing is that the difference there is that it leaves a marking, because you're doing it like hard, and there's certain things that you can see off the top. So my thing is, how is it that you can make inferences of how one person passed away unless you go there and you're looking?
Yeah.
Now, my thing is, did you move the bodies? If the bodies were moved, then the integrity of the crime scene, it's already messed up. It was messed up from the 8-hour gap. What happened, Tyson?
May I ask you a question, Lily, one more time?
Yes.
Okay, we all know the good vibes thing, the neon green. And you know what I really think? If we put Brian, which is Brent, truthfully, but we put a person in that environment where there's really no lights, but there's only green neon, I truthfully do not think that the person in the mask and the body stuff, I really don't think he saw her, because the green neon would affect my vision. And I'm kind of not having, like, I'm kind of stressed out. I just did bad things for people with some help. Okay, I'm scared of getting caught and I'm getting out. I don't think he saw her. I don't think that person with the bushy eyebrows saw her.
Right, but if she came out, but even if he didn't see her, he would have heard her, because she supposedly made a couple of statements. She opened the door and she told them to quiet down.
Right, which would really make me kind of want to even get out of there quicker. If I got someone screaming that they're hearing stuff and I'm doing that, I'm pretty well done. But if I'm on a mission and I have got who I went in to get, and who I went in to get was Xana and Maddie. Maddie is the one that told Adam something. Xana is the one whose mom has just done something to get some charges removed. Ethan wasn't supposed to be there, nor was Kaylee. So to me, my job was to go in there and do bad things to Maddie and Xana.
In your opinion.
I did, right. Okay. And I did that. And now I'm hearing you yell, I want to get out of there. Okay. But in walking through that environment, I think the green neon good vibes thing with no other lights around would be really, I think it would be, like, honestly kind of blinding. Like, I'm kind of trying to get out of there, Lily. Okay, look, I
Yeah, but they also had the lights on in the deck. They had the Christmas lights. Didn't they have the Christmas lights when you walk out of the sliding doors?
We don't know anything. We don't know any of that. What we do know is Ethan was there, but would not be expected to be there. We would know that Kaylee had already moved out, which is also really odd. Why would Kaylee leave before all her friends graduated, unless there was very serious bad stuff, scary things breaking? Like this whole notion that all these people don't know, like, what did you tell Maddie? That there's very, very bad stuff going on in Moscow.
Oh, I believe that. I believe that.
But no, the key is they also know that there has been incredible law enforcement action. If you go back, and I have them in an email, Dago, if you go back and you look at the 6 months before November 13th, and I have the headlines, and law enforcement and FBI and everything, they were busting people. 5 days. What was it? No, it was 5 weeks after, at that point, they grabbed $976,000 of products. Okay. If you're into that scene, you are hearing this. You are knowing this. You all know Emma and Dee are there biggest clue we got. Why is she free? There's a reason why she's free. And we all know the reason why she's free. We also know the reason why Maddie's stepmom got 2 of the 3 charges dropped is because she talked. What better way to send a message than to go kill the 2 children? Ethan wasn't supposed to be there and Kaylee wasn't. The target was Xana and Maddie. And that was because Maddie's mom is talking to the feds and Xana's mom is talking to the feds. They did not know Ethan was going to be there. But I mean, like, what are you supposed to do? Walk in and
Okay,
only
but then your theory then kind of gets a little bit lost, because then you still have 2 other females there that their parents have no connection to any of that. Are you understanding?
Listen, one thing we have to reiterate, though, we don't know if there was a plea deal, what was said during that. I know where you're going, Brian, and I respect it, Brian, but we don't know for a fact yet if that's true. So
yeah, like we wouldn't
sure
know.
that you're saying that this is your theory, my friend. That's all. That's all.
Oh, no, Diego, what I'm saying is I agree with you with what you just said. But what I'm saying to you is the other folks that are involved in this business would suspect deeply that when they dropped 2 of the 3 charges on Maddie's, and then they knew that 4 days after the 17th, whatever, November 17th, the car was next. I would think that if I'm in this business, remember that movie, The
Yeah, but
Godfather?
I don't mean to cut you off, but Brian,
that's
but
fine.
I also think that they did go through a horrific, if I'm going to come up with many scenarios, I can think one of the biggest scenarios is these parents have been through enough. These parents just lost, a loved one. I mean,
right.
It's not a judgment.
What
It's
can
not a
I do?
judgment, Lily. It's not a judgment. To me, it is an explanation of what really happened. Okay, this was about that whole thing. Okay, this is a horrible tragedy for everybody. Xana's mom has suffered her whole life with addiction. Maddie's mom has. Also, you all need to know that Maddie's bio dad served a quarter of a year in 2000 in jail for substance dealing. Okay, so we have 2 children that were exposed to addiction and who lived addiction and who know that. We also
Right, I understand what you're saying, but I'm thinking that drugs could be a possibility that it played in something. It could be. It could be. It could be many reasons. The officers at the beginning.
Wait a minute, Lily, I learned something. Don't say that word. Shh. I'm serious. I learned that from Dago and CJ. Don't say that word. You 2 freaks, my dear. It's stupid as hell, but they freak. Don't say that word.
I'm sorry, which one?
It's
Dago, you take it. Dago, you take it on from here.
The D word?
Yes.
It's
I
okay.
apologize. I'm so sorry.
I'm only saying it to be protective of you and Dago. Okay, Dago and CJ were really awesome with me, Lily. You have no idea. I had trouble with not saying it and talking like a real person.
No. I don't have no problem. I don't have no problem saying.
No, I know.
The D word. I didn't.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. It's okay. Relax. You're right, Brian, but relax. One time here and there is not going to be a big deal. But yeah, he's right. They don't really care for that, but it's fine. It's a slip. No big deal. It happens. No worries.
Right. I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember. Like, there's certain things that we shouldn't say.
So can I ask you something? So it really isn't like before you and CJ taught me that, like, I mean, I got to the point where I was really scared that I was going to get you or him like tossed off of YouTube. So it's softer than that, right? Now you just said that.
Every here and there saying it now and again. Like, each creator is different how they handle it. Okay, I'm not as much of a stickler for some of it as some others may be, and that's okay. That's each person has the right to their own feelings. if it's a slip up here and there, it's not a bad thing. But saying it regularly all the time, there's certain other words that you definitely don't want to say. It's like straight out of the gate, period. But saying drugs here and there is not a big deal.
Okay.
I really do apologize, Diego.
No, Lily, I wasn't telling you that to make you apologize, because I felt like that way with both CJ and Dago, because it's very confusing to me.
The one thing that you shouldn't say are the names of those types of things. Okay. Like
that's
specific names of certain things. We call them vitamins. That's a good way to put it. Or you can say,
oh, that's helpful for me.
Gotcha. I got you.
It's a mess, Lily,
typically
isn't it?
stating
It's
a
really
specific
crazy.
type of a name is a big deal. It's a problem.
I
that
like
way.
it. Vitamins.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that there's a possibility that candies may have been involved. However,
I have two options now: vitamins and candy. Life is treating me good.
But in all seriousness, I like I said, we have to go back to the beginning. You have to. I find it. I mean, I'm not into. I don't know how the higher ups that distribute candies in this world work, but usually if you want to make a point, you make a point, but you just don't. Either you're going to make a good point and eliminate all the candy holders in the playhouse, or you take one person and make them an example. Because it just wouldn't make sense. So there's a possibility that there is another way of looking at this. There could be jealousy. There could be, or maybe, they were gonna shout out people that they knew were, in possession of all these candies and giving them out, and they were just tired of seeing so many bad things happen to other kids in the colleges. My whole theory is that maybe one person kind of just, listen, they're going to be here. Boom, do what you got to do. Because you have then now the 8 hours. There's no way. And you could be scared, and I thank God I've never been in that position, but there's no way that you're going to be so scared. And like Diego said, not leave. I would have jumped out the window. I'm thinking that maybe the person on the first floor probably, was hearing all kinds of commotions and jumped out or left through the window or something and was running crazy. And maybe that person was the one that got picked up by a person driving aimlessly in a car. And, that's why maybe her story or her testimony is only, good to her. I mean, we can look at it like that.
Only partial to her own private situation.
Exactly.
Yes,
we have to let her be. But I don't understand how many people just was boom. So many people were so close knit to that circle, and they were just all let to leave.
Yes. No, I agree. I understand. I understand what you're saying completely.
So my question would be, why the 8 hours? Why, why is it that, why is it that law enforcement did not show the vehicle, the specific vehicle, not an ad, but the vehicle itself? Why didn't we bring in the person and ask the person, See, now you have me just like talking in riddles, not saying any words because I don't want to say any words that.
No, you're no. You can say those things, but that's fine.
But why wouldn't you bring in BK to question him?
And we all asked that question. They said that they didn't have him at that point. They had him, and then they didn't think it was. They didn't think he fit. Okay, and so they let it go. And then they moved on and realized that then it went back after WSU found his car and blah 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 and all that other stuff happened, and then they were back on to him again. It like that just doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't, because there's so many cars that were there that night. There was many cars that were driving. So why just zoom in on one particular car? If anything, then don't say anything until you have. Well, they did say a car, but they showed a picture. Like if my car was involved in something, and don't show a picture of my car, show my car being involved if you have it on camera, if you're searching for me, is my thinking behind it. And say that for the one officer that did that, one of the interviews, I'm sorry I don't have his name, but I know he recently retired, and it wasn't Fry, it was the other gentleman. For him to say
Captain, yeah, right. You're
for
right.
him to say, you're gonna have to trust us. The house was targeted, like it was a targeted attack. That's what he said. It was a targeted attack.
Right.
Well then, if Ethan wasn't targeted because he had nothing to do with it, if we're gonna go on your theory, Brian, then why hurt him?
Collateral damage. Some people are calling it collateral damage, sadly.
All right. So then we're gonna go on basis of the collateral damage. Well, then when you heard DM yelling, quiet, I'm trying to sleep, quiet, whatever, shut the F up. However it was that she supposedly claimed to have said it, why not say, we can't risk that. I can't risk that.
No, I get it. It makes sense. It does. And that's been a point that's been talked about again and again because of that. The whole thing with this, you guys, and I was just informed that I have an appointment I have to go to with my wife, so I'm gonna have to bring this to a close here.
By all means, I'm gonna come down. I want to thank you guys for letting me talk a little bit.
Shame on
I
you.
love Eddie when he comes on, because it's like there's so many things I would like to say and ask. I keep throwing Eddie the questions, but I keep losing them.
You're always welcome, Lily, at any time I do these panels like this. That's what it's all about, because you guys deserve the right to speak your mind on everything. And I know I didn't not see this, but it always happens for some reason. Rollo always gets thrown in at the end, and then he always ends up missing out on something. So I will, no matter what we're doing in the next few days, I will allow Rollo to have it make his points as well, because his points make sense too, okay? And he has stuff that he sent me. Brian, by the way, I got all of your emails, and I'm looking through them little by little, and I appreciate that. But we're going to do that in the next couple of days. I'm going to be pulling up what Rollo had said as well and showing what he'd sent me so that he doesn't get missed out on as well.
There you go.
A lot of things.
It's been awesome, Dago. I thank you. I thank you, Lily.
I thank you, Brian, Michael, everyone, the mods. I love you. I just want to say, I really do. They put me through. They helped me through a couple of things that I was going through, and Miss Kelly, Eddie, Heather, Chica. I mean, I could go on and on because I remember them, and I just want to say that they are beautiful people. You do have a beautiful channel. Diego, and I'm not just saying that because you have me up here, because there's quite a few creators that I really do think are really good and have the good intent in them. They're just being swayed sometimes one way or another, but you stay true to what you are, and don't worry, you're gonna do great. You're always gonna have all your people next to you, and that's all I have to say. And
I
let you
thank
guys
you.
go.
Thank you so very much, Lily, for your input today. And it's wonderful to hear your voice and to have you up here. And please know, like I said, you're always invited when I do this at any time.
Oh,
Always.
thank you.
And you are, by the way, you're part of this community with these beautiful people, just so you know. You are very
Oh,
much.
thank you.
There you
Thank
go.
Yes,
There you
sir.
go.
Yes, sir.
Can I say something really boring and uninteresting? But thank you for having me up tonight on your panel. And it's been very, very, very interesting. I've learned a lot.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely, sir. I absolutely appreciate you, Michael. I always enjoy having you up here, and I always will. Always will. And you're always welcome as well when I do this as well.
Thank you. Thank you
Absolutely.
very much.
Michael, have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your night, Michael.
Well, it's late here. I'm going to bed. It's very late now. So thank you and good night.
Yes, sir. Have a great night. Brian,
Cheerio,
as
y'all.
always. Thank you, sir.
Dago, I've
You're-
got to get ready to do my standing ovation business, okay? I'm trying to figure out what window I'm in, but thank you, thank you, thank you. Love you all.
Absolutely, Brian. Thank you, sir. All right, Rolo, I'm gonna do something here real quick. This always happens with you. All right, Rolo. All right,
What's up, guys? Hey,
every time I do something like this, you're the last thing in here.
appointment canceling. I'm playing.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay.
What she was talking about when they asked about the targeted attack, somebody asked, so who was the target?
Yes.
Well, they're like, I don't know, but you're gonna have to trust us on this. Remember that?
Yeah, I do word for word. Remember that.
Yeah. Okay. Look, I was trying to find out. I was looking at a video where the girls got picked up, and it shows the guy's car right from the reflection. It's a white car. I was trying to figure out what kind of car it was, and then I came across. I googled the name, which if you guys don't know, it's not the same as in the paperwork. There's a R in it, and it's without the R. It's not Grower. It's Gower. And
Say that one more time.
Eric Gower. It says Grower on the paperwork, on the Pennsylvania affidavit.
So you're saying it's not Gower, it's Grower?
No, it says Grower on the paperwork, but it's not Grower with the R. It's Gower. Yeah. I believe on the paperwork is with the R.
Got you.
And you know who's his wife, right?
I do not.
It's when you request freedom of information. She's the one that does that. So basically, a lot of the paperwork, all that stuff comes through her. So I think it was purposely done. The little tricks they use to mislead or because you Google that name, you're not gonna find that just a little interview or two, but you're not gonna find none of the information. But you Google it without the R, and you're gonna see a bunch of stuff.
Interesting.
Yeah, and look, and trip out. So I saw one of the interviews I sent you. Trip out.
Yeah, I got him here. I got him on here.
It says that he picked him up. That he's the one that supposedly located the car and sent information to the police, right? And then he became aware that that car was already on the thing. How did he figure that out? If when he supposedly saw the car, it had different plates from a different state.
Okay.
How are you gonna see it's the same car when it already has the plates from Washington? You get it? Doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. You're right. Wow. Okay.
Okay, that's one thing. And then he says he goes to a Taco Bell, whatever. After that, I was about to Google what time does Taco Bell close over there, but I don't think it's open that late. And
I know ours here. Ours are open till 4 a.m. here.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a nationwide thing though. That's just here. So
yeah. Okay. Another thing is there's right there in that same interview I sent you. He's the one that where he says in that interview that a lot of people from Pullman go to Moscow because the shopping is better over there.
Yeah, I've heard
But,
that.
but then they use that same phrase for that supposedly Brian used it. You get it?
Yeah, I do.
There's so many things you can make out of that thing. And then okay, there's another one where it says that he picked them up at 1:56.
Right.
All right. Okay. And there's another one where Steve acknowledges that driver is a family friend.
Yep. Yeah, that was brought. Yeah, I remember that too. I do remember
Yeah.
that too. Which one
Okay,
is it?
so
Right.
I couldn't find the other one. I was looking for it, but I just like, you know what? I came across this one because I'm telling you, you got to type in the name and without the R or with the R, or you got to put Pullman or Washington or Idaho or Moscow, Idaho, or Idaho 4. Like, there's so many different ways where like you won't see certain stuff unless you type them in certain ways.
Right. That's where the critical thinking comes into effect. That you're doing that. That's what I'm saying, and that's quite interesting, my friend.
Okay,
And
somebody saying in the chat that their Taco Bell is open until 1 or 2. Oh no, I don't know where she lives. My bad. Okay, there's something else. He says in the interview, I don't know if it's this one or another one, but that his wife is still scared. I mean, at that time, that she was still scared after his arrest to walk the dog. Okay, because this interview was after the arrest. That his wife is scared even to go outside and walk the dog, and that when he drives other people, that the girls they specifically ask them if they could walk all the way to their door, and to stand on their door while they go in and search their house, the rooms, and make sure there's nobody in there. Why would your community do that if supposedly the culprit's already in jail? And then and these other body cam videos that just came out from the neighbors' houses over there, the pissing guys.
Yeah.
Look at the videos. How all the girls, well, not the first one, but all the other ones, they walk in groups. There's groups of people when they're leaving or when they go and walk each other and they walk back or whatever. You don't see less than like 3-4 people. You see 5 or more.
And why would they do that? Why would they do
why would you do that? If supposedly the culprits are in custody.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree 100%. Miss Dra Latina's in the house. Thank you for seeing us. I'm sorry that I'm shutting down, Dra.
Yeah, I'm just, I just wanted to mention that real quick, and I have more things, but, I just wanted to get that off my, like, it's just something that's been bothering me,
No,
And,
I always
and
love
something
hearing.
real quick. Have you guys heard about Bethany Funk turning into law enforcement the thumb drive full of the information of everything?
No.
Yeah. And I think that's another reason why they didn't want the defense to go interview her, because it would officially be documented where she would tell them that she turned that in.
When did that happen? I'm sorry, Roland. When did that happen?
Oh, it's like days after, probably before she left.
Okay, got you. I'll have to look
And
into
it's
that
something
too.
that's been kept under the things under the the covers, and I don't think they're trying to provide or acknowledge none of that evidence. And there's more. It's not just that one. And the rumor speculation that the DoorDash driver was her brother.
Say that again.
The DoorDash driver was supposedly her brother, Cody.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Speculation, but I mean, we'll see. I mean, I just something I'm letting you guys know that we'll see if it makes sense, though, because like.
That's what I
don't
wanted
know.
to.
I don't know. I mean, either if it was like that, or if it was like, hey, pick me up at a certain time or something, or like he probably just I don't know, but
I would
it's
definitely
just
like to know.
it makes sense, and it just a lot of the stuff is coming together, kind of like like.
And I definitely would like to know what is on that thumb drive if it exists.
Yeah.
I'd love to know that. That's a fact. And again,
And
real quick,
that's probably the exculpatory evidence, because she knows that she turned in evidence that has not as culping and not culping her. Proving
it
her
very
innocent.
well could be. It very well could be. And somebody asked you to repeat again who Eric Gower was.
The ride share, the private driver
The ride that gave them the ride home that dropped them off at 156
from the grub truck. Yeah.
hour. Yeah.
I know it's a white car. You can see it off the reflection. It looks kind of like the only thing I could really make out is the front part, the bumper, and the way it is, the grill.
Yeah.
And there's a car in one of those pictures that looks exactly like it, but I don't think it's it. But it's parked right there, right in front of the bulb cam on the next morning.
Yeah.
There's a car that it looks like a Camry or something, that white one with black rims. It looks exactly like the front part of the grill is exactly like it, but I'm not sure if it was that or that one. But I mean, I'm working on it, but it's just that bumper. It has specific things on it, that other car has too, and it's not an ordinary bumper. Like it's not a regular. It has these little grooves in it,
And it makes me wonder if that car itself is the car with the soupy motor we heard driving around all night long, since if they were being a ride share that night, we're picking and dropping off multiple people possibly. And that's what we're hearing driving around all night long in those videos from Linda Lynn.
Oh yeah, and there's another thing that supposedly she was seen with that there was this big white truck that pulled up in the driveway of the 1122 home, and as soon as it pulled up, I guess that's when she ran out. And it's it's all documented on footage. And I know people heard about, have heard that, a rumor about one of the girls getting caught on footage that, they don't know who it was, but that one of them ran out.
Right.
So, yeah. Also, that little black car at the end of the third car, the small one in the body cam, the Banfield video. I'm working on that one. There's one similar to it, but I don't think it's the same one, but it's parked right there in that same corner, a little black one. But the tail lights are not like at the same height as the one that passes, but it's similar to it.
Gotcha. Okay.
But I'm working on that one, I could see it. I could already tell like the faces that were inside, and I'm kind of made them out. So once I see who they belong to, is like I'll compare it. But the guy has a cap kind of similar to the owner of the corner bar.
Yeah.
The one guy with that like military type hat, he has a hat similar to that one.
Gotcha. Okay. Well,
the driver.
What I'm going to try to do is the next time I get one of these up here like this, I'm going to try to get your emails up so we can look through them. Maybe you can come on in the beginning instead of the end. Like you always end up at the end, and then it's always too late.
Yeah, I was hearing these people, and I saw, they had some good stuff. I'm like, you know what, let them shine. Like I was, actually good. I was enjoying it. So.
But we're gonna roll through this stuff too. I appreciate and respect. Again, like I always tell you, Rolo, your passion, the work you put in, the time that you spend on this, it's always very much appreciated. If you can look in the chat, everybody very much respects you in here and appreciates what you do as well. So once again, I want to thank you, Rolo.
I got a quick question for the public or anybody. Which exact apartment did Enan live in?
He lived next door in the Queen Road apartments, the brick apartments that were right directly next door. I can't remember the apartment number right here at this moment. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right.
And somebody in here knows the apartment number. I know it too, but it's not.
All right. No, I thought it was one of the ones where the blue ones in the corner, because at that screenshot from the one
Queen Road. There it is. Thank you, Dave.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Well, there's rumor that supposedly Brent Kopaka's girlfriend lived right there at 500 Queen also, right? And and so was the Asian girl that Brian was dating.
Yep.
Yeah. So. All right. Yeah, because there's some on that screenshot from the corner one, the light bulb cam. Mm-hmm. If you look to the left, there's a guy like right there in his window, just looking out. It's like that was kind of weird. And you could see some other guys standing way in the back of the other house on the backyard to the side. You could see like 3 or 4 people.
Yes, absolutely.
So, all right. Well, that's all I got to say. I want have a good appointment, and have a good day and safe, and salute to everybody.
Always appreciate you, brother. Have a great rest of your night, and I just may well see you guys tonight as well. It is Wednesday, like I said. I can't give you an exact time, but you very well will see me here tonight. I can almost promise you that, depending on what happens here soon. So Rolo, thank you once again, my friend. Always appreciated, and thank you to everybody that was up here. Rolo, have a great rest of your night if I don't see you. If not, I will see you
All
tomorrow.
right. All right. Come on, I'll hold you on that too.
All right, buddy. Absolutely. Take care, brother.
All right, late.
Bye. All right, guys. And then again, once again, I want to thank you all so very much for joining me today. It was a great show, as I always feel that it is. I like everybody's input so much. I want to thank everybody on panel today. The British Invasion, I loved it. It was amazing. Vix Logic, Dinky, Michael, thank you so very much for joining us today. Of course, Rolo, always a pleasure, my friend. Lily, thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate that as well. Sorry, guys, I got something in my throat. And anybody else that was on panel, thank you so very much. You are appreciated. Eddie, always a pleasure, brother. Love to hear what you say every time. Jules, thanks for jumping into the chat today. You are appreciated so very much. Everybody in the chat, thank you all so much for being here. All of you, every one of you, I do adore and love each and every single solitary one of you guys. I appreciate each and every one of your support, just for being here and just for being you. I absolutely love you for that. Anybody that donated to support the channel, thank you so very much for that as well. Moderators, you already know, you guys are absolutely amazing. I love you all so very much. You do an amazing job in here, and I can't ask for anything more. You guys are the best on YouTube as far as I'm concerned, as is this amazing and beautiful community. Thank you all so very much again, just for being you. We definitely got to finish talking to Rolo some more and look through some of the stuff that he sent to me. Brian, I got all of your emails, my friend, and we will be checking it out. For sure. Once again, guys, please do not forget to love yourselves and to love each other. Don't change a thing about yourselves, folks, because you are the beautiful people. And I will see you guys on the other side. Bye-bye.